No one can submission.
Oh man, ṣe níbí báyìí náà.
Okay.
Tó bá ti mọ̀ nǹkan, tó bá ti ní anything tó lè ṣe fún ẹ mọ́. Wọ́n ní pé ṣé ẹ fẹ́ gbé lọ́lé kó lọ wà pẹ̀lú àwọn because they know that inevitable will happen. So sometimes that is not from a bad place. Sometimes it's just that they know there is nothing they can do.
Okay. Call on telephone baba and solution le kan wa si ìlú yẹn o. I need the health facilities o. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution. God bless you.
Patoki is not here, so I can't be able to bring out because I don't see her there anymore. Mr. Esponeshe, I need to borrow your box. Thank you. Mata Hari, are you there? Thank you. Mata Hari.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, hi everybody. Good evening.
Hi.
Okay. May so rest in peace.
Patoki, you need to request because I can't see you in the request box.
Afiti to be alone, Burakwe. So rest in peace. On a serious note, I just want to speak to the realities.
And I'm going to put a timeout.
That's fine. I just want to speak to the realities of the cost of care. You see, when Mrs. Young was talking about how much it costs to go to the hospital, sometimes you are, at least abroad, you are afraid to go to the hospital because you are afraid of the bill that will come to you. Do you get? And when the bill comes, you are afraid they are going to come, they know they are coming after you, but the difference is that they are not coming after you. Will they be calling for their money? Yes, but you set up a payment plan, right? That is difference. The service is available. They are not going to send you back. Will they patch you up if they think that you don't have insurance or something? But if it's a life and death matter, they are not going to send you packing. They will treat you to the best of their abilities because you are also a liability. If they don't, you will make money out of them if they don't. So they do the best they can, like they're treating the President of the United States. And that's the difference between the care that you receive in America and the care that you receive in Nigeria. Now, the difference also we have to point out is that there are different cadres of care in every system. Okay, insurance, luma pick. However, when it comes to Nigeria, the problems are very, very, very plenty. The problem includes corruption. The problem includes selfishness. The selfishness of the person in government thinking that as long as I'm able to afford to get care abroad, I don't care about the people that I am representing, whose constituency I am representing. I don't care that I am able, as long as I'm able to to set up one fake nonsense health center and staff for like 3 weeks, I don't care that the health center does not actually do what it's supposed to do. Do you understand? So it's a lot. Very little things. The cost of stocking up a health center is minimal. The cost of stocking up a general hospital, a teaching hospital, is a lot. But if the grassroots is well taken care of, the cost on the government, as per the top part, which is the general hospital or the bigger specialist hospitals, will not be as much. Why? Because it is stifle care in Isale. You have nipped it in the bud at the bottom. That is why they talk about preventive care in America. They really go for it. In the past 3 months in Illinois, they have been advertising free mammogram. For 3 months, they were advertising it. Go to any hospital, they were advertising. Why? Because they saw the prevalence of breast cancer. If people could get care, if people could get diagnosed early, they could detect it quickly and then quickly nip it in the bud. We had this in Nigeria, but somebody has used it to buy wristwatch. Somebody has used it to buy the most expensive bra. Somebody has used it to build house on a drain. Somebody has used it to buy something for their children. Very, very misplaced priority. So we have big problems in Nigeria. Now, the other thing that poor people can do for themselves is actually to prevent, at least to reduce it, is what the best, given what they have, is to eat what they, at least tó bá tiẹ̀ lè jẹ oúnjẹ díẹ̀díẹ̀, tó bá tiẹ̀ lè jẹ oúnjẹ gidi díẹ̀díẹ̀, right, and not buy fake medication, not eat or not consume food that will put them at risk. Do you understand? And like our chef, all those their concoction stuff, those things increase the risk, because we cannot start talking about check your gene, this thing. That's like foolishness. We cannot do that. Do you understand? So a lot of things, preventive care is what we need. Preventive care is what we need at that this thing at that stage, because they need to reduce the clinic and education. If they take it to the grassroots, it will be education. But if you first reduce the issue of poverty, then I think they'll be able to listen more. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, ma. Thank you. Sister Chubi. Sister Chubi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sister Chubi.
All right. Everybody. Condolences to the family of
Thank you, ma.
Mr. Hassan and to everybody who loves him. One thing I would like to say is that cancer does not respect anybody, neither sickness nor disease or death. With the best healthcare in the world, you might be sick, and there's nothing the best surgeons in the world can do for you. Look at Steve Jobs. Will we say he can't afford the best healthcare services? So, in as much as there's an advantage to a better healthcare system, but you see, diseases does not respect nobody. Talking of cancer, my first exposure to cancer as an healthcare worker, I was 18 years old. Ọdún tí mo wọ school of nursing. It was my first posting, my first exposure to nursing. I was shaking to my bone marrow. The things I saw, what I witnessed, it was terrible. So I've had that knowledge since then about what cancer is. I've lost even relatives, people I've known over the years. So it's just a condition that anytime I hear it, I shiver, even as an healthcare professional. Kò sígbà tí mo gbọ́ cancer tí ara mi ò kí ń wárìrì, because I know it's very dangerous. It's a deadly disease. Even with the best of care, the person might still pass. But as individuals, let us do our best and satisfy our conscience when it comes to doing our due diligence with our health. Your first duty of care is to yourself. Do the best you have done so that whatever happens, you will know in you that I tried my best. I took care of myself. Life happens, things happen. Sicknesses happen, diseases happen. Because it is a part of life. I worked in an eye ward in UCH there, and I saw children, newborn, with cancer of the retina, retinoblastoma. These are little children. Live rara. Some of them, they have to take everything out, and it's devastating. So, tabani omo to kere benye, tí ó ti experience life. going through this disease we are talking about. Then, to show you how devastating it is. So everybody owes themselves that duty of care. Watch out for yourself. Know your body. When your body is telling you something, don't ignore it. I'm also guilty of it. I'm not a saint. Forget that I'm a nurse. Almost all of us, we have this attitude that, okay, it will phase off. I'll be all right. I'll be fine. When your body is complaining to you, it is complaining. Something is wrong somewhere. Let's not ignore the basic things. And for those of us that have access to screening, please make use of the healthcare you have at your hand. I'm also guilty. The other time they were calling me for cervical screening. Before I now decided to go. But in a place where nobody is even calling you to check yourself, in that instance, what do? That is where intentionality comes in. You have to be intentional about yourself, your health, and please, let's just know that nobody is promised tomorrow. Can we just live our best of life? What you can do today, don't live till tomorrow. In as much as you prepare for tomorrow, I'm saving for my future. I want a better tomorrow. Who told you you're promised tomorrow? Can we know that happiness is free? Can we put the worries of life aside sometimes and just find happiness from within? Life is hard. Life is tough. Life will test you, push you. That is life for you. If you're not battling one health condition, you're battling finances, you're battling relationship, there's always a problem at every stage of your life till you live. So if you don't know within you that as much as life is throwing to me, I still live to live this life because one day I won't be there anymore. There was a time I was sick and I laid down on the bed. I just thought to myself, how does cry feels like? Is there anything that is like, maybe it's just calm, it's peace, it's quiet? That is being overwhelmed. That is what it can do to your mind. Take care of your mental health. Check your stress level. Anything you notice unusual in your body, please raise alarm, cry for help. So it's just sad because the way cancer is just taking people. Just when did we mourn Tope Oshoba? Is it up to a month? I don't think so. Now see, another icon is gone. I hope they find peace and rest. And the rest of us, I pray that God keeps us. But have it at the back of your mind. You're not promised tomorrow. Can we live a good life? Enjoy yourself. Be good. Be kind. I know that life is beautiful and cherish the air you breathe. Because it's a gift. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sister Chidi. God bless you. Let us continue to power tap or except I'm not continue to power tap. Please don't forget to give the host. Please let's be nice to one another. Sister Chibi, I'll borrow your box if you don't mind, please.
Francis.
Thank you so much. Mr. Fawaz, are you there?
Yeah.
Mr. Fawaz.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, you can talk now, sir.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so sorry for jumping into the conversation the other time. I didn't know you had like times given to everybody. So for me, I'll just be speaking from experience and.
Mr. Fawaz, you have to speak up, oh. Yeah,
I will be speaking from a little bit of experience, and I think we have three major problems in that country. One of them, the biggest one, some people will get like really, really mad about it, but I'll still say it is religion, number one. And number two is quackery. And number four is going to be number three is going to be the corruption. Why I say religion is somebody is sick and he has cancer and you people are saying, oh, let's take him to the church, let's take him to the mosque, or let's take him to Isheshe or whatever. That's not the point now. The point is he has cancer and he needs proper medication. And the third one is the second one is quackery. Quackery is one of the biggest problem in our country. He has cancer and you people are giving him agbo. agbo that has so much toxins that has not been filtered. The more he keeps taking the agbo, the more it keeps going down. Because there are toxins that is not filtered in that agbo. His lymphatic systems will not be able to take some of the toxins in the agbo.
Mr. Fawaz, apparently they said there's some agbo that works.
It is not possible. If agbo works, then they should be able to kill the other ones that have been dead before him. Same thing happened to my dad. My dad has colon cancer, and these people are telling him he's dead. Until he had to go to the hospital and he found out it was stage 4 cancer. I've seen somebody that has pancreatic cancer, and they're telling them he's ulcer. Go and use a toothpaste to do this one. Go and use that one to do this one. That's what is killing us. Quackery. Something that you need to go to the hospital to go and check. You are using Mr. Alagbo, Mr. Alagbo, Baba Alagbo to cure yourself. And the third one is corruption. And the reason why I said it's corruption is because if there were proper medical centers for people, there would be no problem of this quackery. If people can go to the hospital and check themselves and see what's going on with them, there will be no reason for them to go to Baba Alagbo or Iya Alagbo. And the other one of religion, which day was that? One of my cousins had typhoid. They are telling him he's Ekbe, he's Okorunu that is disturbing her. I say, if this person die now, you people, you will answer to the cause. Because then do you can Ekbe lost hospital, go lost check her, go in Kotonshe, and so from typhoid ni Okorunu ló dà láàmú, kíní kan ló dà láàmú, ó ní láti lọ ra Fanta, kó lọ da Fanta sínú odò. It's just so dumb sometimes when I see people being so religious that they forget about hospitals. They forget about like going to go check themselves. So I don't have too much to say. I think I'll just end it here. And thank you so much for bringing me up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fawaz. Thank you. I'm sorry about your dad. May you rest in peace too.
Mr. Ade. Mr. Shakam, please, can you help us mute? When is your turn? We'll let you know to speak, sir. Please help us mute. Thank you.
Good evening, good morning.
Good morning,
you are
sir.
anyway.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shakam, please, we cannot speak now because there are some people that are already in the box before you.
Okay, sorry
So
about
please, kindly mute, and when it's time for us to call you, I'll call you.
All right, then. All right.
Thank you very much for understanding. Mr. Ade. Mr. Adewale, are you there?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. Adewale Shewa.
I'm Waparada, Kale, everyone.
Good to see you.
So, I'll be speaking as a victim, as a cancer victim.
Yeah.
Who lives
No, as a cancer fighter. As a
fighter,
warrior. You'll be speaking as a warrior.
who resides in Nigeria. So I can tell more about many things that is happening in the medical system in Nigeria. Firstly, I would greatly appreciate if we can talk about things like cancer more, like awareness, information about cancer more, not until it happens to maybe a public figure or someone that is well known. I feel what we need first is more enlightenment about the common signs and symptoms, and we need more preventive measures. Because according to the WHO, cancer is regarded as a terminal disease, and it's a public health priority. It's the responsibility of the government to make many things available, like screenings and incentives to support those that are battling it. But here in Nigeria, these are some of the things we lack. Firstly, I feel if the government can put in place a screening mode, like where people can access that screening, I think this can help us to prevent more cancer cases in Nigeria, because there's something about cancer. When cancer is detected at a very early stage, there's higher chances of it being cured or being survivable. Like now, if you check our medical system, it's not accessible. We have few professionals, few medical practitioners, less centers, CT scans, MRI, all these equipment, they are not available. And we pay out of our pocket. And when we talk about cancer, there's a surge in cancer treatment all over the world. Let's now check the economy of Nigeria. Someone is earning 100k or 200k or 150k per month. How will the person want to afford this cancer treatment? So automatically, once a poor man or someone is not well to do has cancer, that person is like
Life sentence
automatically dying. Because once you cannot afford or access the medical system, and cancer will keep on spreading. Cancer will keep on spreading and spreading and spreading. So here we need more hands in the cancer space.
Adewale, you need to move a bit away from where you are. The network of where you are is not good.
We need a platform like this if we can help us raise more awareness. So good deep is some risk factors. Some of the risk factors of cancer. Some cancers are genetically predisposed. Some we have it in our lineage.
Adewale, your network is bad.
So it would be something good, especially those that are in the rural, if they can do what about now? Let me Nigeria network. Is it okay now? So like I was saying earlier on, there's another thing called genetic testing, because some cancers are genetically predisposed. There are some people who have it in their lineage. So if you know your mother, your father, your distant auntie or uncle has passed from cancer, or you have cancer or any other ailment in your family, it's something that is very good if you can start getting those things checked as early as possible. So I don't really have much to say. Many people have said a lot of things, so I just feel like I should chip in little things.
Thank you, Adewale. Somebody was asking something in the comment section. I don't know if you have idea. Mr. Lekon, the question is, let me see. He said that can 15,000 naira do a full blood work and urine analysis in Nigeria?
It can't. It can't. For me, if I would do a blood work in Nigeria, I was spending about 80k. Just
wow.
Blood work, full blood count, only full
for
blood
count.
Work,
Nico?
Only full blood count, that is FBC. FBC is about 16 to 17,000 naira in some facilities, some 15, 16 in some facilities. EUCR, you'll be spending about 10,000 for EUCR. For LFT is about like 25k.
100,000.
Yes. So for a proper blood work, you'll be spending about 80 to 100k. Not alone the core cancer treatment, not alone the chemotherapy, the radiotherapy, the targeted therapy, many things that we are lagging. Imagine we have people who travel from one state to the other just to access medical care. There are some states in Nigeria currently that don't even have oncologists. Some, they don't even have a cancer center. Like now in Nigeria, we only have 14 radiotherapy machines as big as Nigeria is, and we only have 6 that is working. Here in Lagos, we have 3, and the 3 is owned by private diagnosis center. How will people afford this? If you want to do a radiotherapy in Nigeria, we spend about 2 million, 2.5, 3 million, depending on your diagnosis. So how will a common man survive once he or she has cancer? These are places we are expecting our government to look up to. cancer is so draining, physically, mentally, emotionally. And sometimes I feel cancer is a bad luck.
MRI, ìyẹn á 4 million.
MRI is about 300, 400K. A PET scan is about 1.3 million. These are things that we expect like to be free or government should pay.
Mr. Prince, you want to be by Chong Boy also.
So all these things, if I've not even mentioned the core treatment, or I'm just talking about scans and
even if you have family tó lò by gọ́mọ̀ máa fi ṣé bí oṣù mẹ́fà oníkálukú àṣù kọ́lọ́ má jẹ́ aláìsàn.
Yes, so people get tired of you at the point. I've seen people who sold their houses, sold their cars just because they want to be alive, and some lost it at the long run. So it's something we expect. It is only our government that can do it. Our government have the resources, we have the money just to put these things into place. And our philanthropists, if they can, it will be something we would appreciate so much, because our government, they are very negligent. If our philanthropists who can look into these critical health issues, if they can support, people don't no longer come to the hospitals to clear bills. They don't do that again. But if we can see that, we will appreciate that so much. So please, let's keep creating awareness. Let's keep sensitizing people. If you can even organize a program, maybe once in a week, we talk about health, we create awareness about cancer and other deadly disease. We can always invite maybe doctors. I can volunteer to bring doctors to the platform so we can learn more about our health. Because
Mr. Muka, send a request.
And before I go, I used to say this: tomorrow has gone. Tomorrow is gone. It can never come back. Just live in the moment, because tomorrow is not promised. Yesterday has gone. So please, let's live in the moment. Let's enjoy our life. Let's take care of our health, because when your health is gone, everything is gone. So please, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Dewale. God got you. God will perfect everything that concerns you. Amen. God will send help from above. Amen. You're really a fighter. Well done, brother. It is well. It is well.
Sister Dupe, so I just want to say something. As if you're a woman, from the ages of 21 to 29, Mr. Wale, please, can you mute, please? Yeah. 21 to 29, please get a pap test done to check for HPV test, at least every 5 years, beginning from the age of 25, to check for cervical cancer. Also consider clinical breast exams, at least every 1 to 3 years, to check for breast, even at the age of 25. If from age 30 to 39, consider clinical breast exam every 1 to 3 years to check for breast cancer. Make sure you're doing your pap test, your HPV test, and so that it can check for cervical cancer. It's very, very important. Once you get to 40, 45, you get a mammogram done. That's what they do. They put the machines and everything. Also, don't forget to do your pap test. And once you get to 45 and older, you need a virtual.
Somebody is asking that pap test, is it painful? I don't know which one.
No, that's the one that they go into your vagina and then.
We call it smear test here.
Yeah, we call it pap test. So make sure that at least you're getting the.
It's just a little bit of discomfort. It's not bad. Exactly. So it's just a little bit of discomfort. It's not bad.
You're doing your virtual colonoscopy with your doctors at least every 5 years. Do your screenings. You're supposed to do your mammogram, do your clinical breast exams. For women, for men, it's majorly the prostate. When they check the prostate screening, you have to check that. But also, you have to do your colonoscopy. You have to do your stool-based DNA test. That is every 3 years. Because see, it's mutations of cells that generates to cancer. So it can be acquired and it can be inherited. So depending on what parents that's giving that genetic gene. So please, that's something I'm just going to say. There are tests that you need to check just make sure you're doing those tests. And if you have children, girls are starting from the age of, I think it's 11.
PSA test for men at the age of 40.
At the age of 40 years, you need to start, you need to get those vaccine, the HPV vaccine for your girls, please. It prevents, it helps. That HPV vaccine for your daughters, please, at least 10 and 11. My daughter is taking one. She has 2 more to go. Please don't sit on it, please. Enjoy. HPV vaccine for women, please, for their daughters. And you tell our young girls, please. That's what I'm going to say.
Thank you, Mighty Lloyd. God bless you. Mr. Richie said 2 base is for colon cancer, which does not respect gender.
Both, yeah, that's the colonoscopy for on the test for both men and women, yeah.
Somebody asked HPVs for which age, please?
The vaccine, they say you take it when they're young, so they start taking at the age of, I think 10 or 11, then you start giving them the HPV. But for you that didn't take the vaccine and you're older, just get yourself checked. That's it.
If sit-ups, what does this question mean? What about if you already have HPV? You mean if you already have the vaccine?
The vaccine? Is that what the question?
I don't understand. That's why I'm asking again.
Oh, no. I think she's asking that if you already have the disease.
Oh.
That's cervical. Okay, that's different then.
Then you go and see your doctor.
Your doctor.
Go and see your doctor.
Your doctor will be in a better position because they will check and give you the right advice. Yeah.
So please go and say.
Mr. Oluji, Monica saw full name of HPV. Mi ò mọ̀.
Human papilloma virus.
Human
papilloma virus.
Kí lẹ pè sà?
Human papilloma virus.
Human papilloma virus.
Papilloma cause.
Human papilloma virus.
See, yes. It's not all HPV that is cancerous, but still yes. Check with your doctor
and get the vaccine. If you have daughters.
No, sorry, please. Let me comment on the HPV. Some HPV eventually lead to cervical cancer in the long run. That's just it. It surely leads to cervical cancer in the long run.
Not all, sir. Not all.
I said some. I said some. Yeah.
Some. Of course.
It is advisable to do it at the age of 40 years because the birth rate is between the rectum and bladder. So that is why it is necessary for men to do it at the age of 40 years. It is very, very necessary.
Are you saying they can't do it before that age?
No, age of 40, because this is a clinical advice. At the age of 40 and above, it is advisable to run a PSA test.
Okay.
Mr. Muka, what are the signs of cancer?
Okay, signs of cancer. Okay.
Sly, welcome.
We have cervical cancer, we have breast cancer, we have colon cancer. So let me talk about the breast cancer first.
Endometrial cancer, which is the lining of the uterus or the womb.
Exactly.
So I'll be taking pictures of your questions, so keep it coming.
So for the breast cancer particularly.
Dr. Muka, please talk about that endometrial cancer. People don't know about that, and it's very.
That is similar to cervical cancer as well. It's the cervix as well. Yeah, so this is also a cervical, related to cervical cancer, but not really cervical cancer. So the most common one in the clinic that we have is probably breast cancer, to be sincere, because we see now at the age of 20, female young ladies are having breast cancer now at the age of 20, 21 and above. Okay, and we have different type of cancer, even the breast cancer particularly. So there's a need to do a clinic let me say a routine checkup. Not really a routine checkup in the sense that just to examine your breast if there's any lumps or something like that. So then, if you notice that, you walk down to your doctor and complain. So in that case, you can do a biopsy or something like that. So it is breast cancer is the most common one that we have.
Mr. Amuka.
Okay.
Colon cancer bí colonoscopy.
Colon cancer.
Colon cancer ṣé téèyàn bá rí ìgbẹ́yà ṣé sign ẹ̀ ni.
It might not really be the sign. It is advisable to do colonoscopy.
Torí èmi ò yàgbẹ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ mẹ́ta mo lè má yàgbẹ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ mẹ́ta.
No, that's not the sign.
Ṣe jàre ọkọ mi ti balẹ̀.
But if you see stool, if you see blood in your stool.
Àánú òdìdé kìnnìún. Tí bá máa yàgbẹ́ wọ́rọ́wọ́ ni.
Mr. Muka, Boluwatife said, if you, but do we need to do colonoscopy if our poo is normal and there is no cause for alarm? Do you still need to do it?
No, you don't need to do colonoscopy if you don't have any symptoms. Okay. But here in abroad, it is people do it a lot. They're doing all this kind of generic checkup. It's not that cost compared to doing it in Nigeria. So it is not really necessary if you don't have any symptoms.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
So it's not necessary if you don't have any symptoms.
Well, everybody mama paro hard fiber. Don't jawo no ni fiber.
So these are just fiber or something like that. They are just the risk factor. They are the risk factors. So and it's like someone. What is it?
You said they are risk factor.
Yes, it's like someone smoking cigarettes for a very long time. The chances of that person having lung cancer is very high. If you are smoking cigarettes for a very long time, or like if you are drinking alcohol as well. So these are just risk factors. It's not necessarily that it will happen. They are just risk factors. But it's advisable to live an healthy life. So that's just it.
Thank you, Mr. Mukuto.
Ẹrù
tẹ̀ tí ń bà mí kọ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀ jẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn sùn. Mo fẹ́ ṣẹ̀rù ń bà mí àti díjú.
Please, let me just give you an insight. I have a patient that her parents died of, her sister died of breast cancer, her mom died of breast cancer. So what she did was that in order for her not to die of breast cancer, she did double mastectomy. She removed the breast.
I know someone that did that too here, yeah.
I know someone that did that.
Because they said she has eye kidney of having it, so she took it off.
So you cannot see that it is that person might have let me say breast cancer. So she already know that this is genetic. Do you understand? This is genetic, not the lifestyle. So she quickly went and cut off her breast, double mastectomy. The two breasts were cut off. So
wọ́n ṣe wá cut off breast yẹn Ọlọ́run ṣàánú wa ṣé ó lè ṣe implants ó lè fi implants.
No, she can just use prosthetic. She can't use implants.
Oh.
Because if she doesn't cut her breast, there's a chances that the cancerous cell will spread to the lymph nodes.
Can I say something? If you as a person and all of a sudden you have this unexplained weight loss,
okay,
or unexplained weight gain, please go to the doctor. I will tell you that if you're losing 10 pounds, like in a twinkle of an eye, it's not like you're using anything, it's not like you're on GLP, it's not like you're anything, any kind of medication or anything, but you're just losing that weight drastically, 5 pounds and 10 pounds, please go see a doctor. If you're gaining 5 pounds and 10 pounds within a twinkling of an eye, please go and check it. If you're having persistent pain in your abdomen or your pelvis area, please go and see a doctor. Ẹ má sọ pé mo kàn ní inú ń kan mí. Ṣẹ́rí àwọn Nigerians ẹ má sọ pé inú ń kan yín ẹ lọ rí.
Sorry, sorry for interjecting you. Sometimes you don't blame Nigerians because the cost of treating cancer in Nigeria, even treatment, malaria per se, it's not what it is.
Not Nigerians, Nigerians though. I'm also talking to the people in diaspora. That we tend to say
diaspora is very easy.
Diaspora there is no so then it over anyway ni. Mọ̀ pé ẹlòmíì akọ̀nríra wa lórí social medium Sisi Dúpẹ́ èèyàn mọ nǹkan tó ń jẹ lómi lábí aṣọ. May God just help us.
It's very easy in diaspora because probably you have an insurance, and there are some countries that will even treat you for free. Even if you don't have documents, they will still treat you for free. You don't have documents. I know of a country, a particular country that will treat you for free. Just walk into the clinic and complain. Even the thing in your body anyway, what we can hear for free. So we can't compare all these countries to Nigeria. Nigeria, like somebody made mention of a cancer center. Is it Adewale or something like that? Made mention of 3 cancer center in Lagos. Yes, we know of Medicine Cancer Center. I worked there before traveling out. We know of Mikio, and we know of Mikio, Evacare Hospital in Ireland, and Marcel Woods. At least 4 cancer centers in Nigeria. So what is the population of Nigeria? 4 cancer centers in Lagos. So what is the population of cancer, people having cancer in Nigeria? How many machines we have? So like I think like Lagos, MedSAF, which is formerly known as NSI Cancer Center. I think when I was working there, I think we had like 3 machines. Yeah, 3 machines, 3 linear and 1 brachytherapy, making 4. And people come from different parts of the world. Sometimes we have machine breakdown. And you cancer don't treat me. So cancer will spread every day by day.
Mr. Muka, 3 machine yẹn sìn. Ní ìṣọ́bù Ogun State ní cancer center.
No.
Ọ̀yọ́ State ò ní o. Lagos náà ni gbogbo ọmọ wa o.
Lagos àti Kpia Cap or something like that. Or Abuja. So oríṣiríṣi èèyàn ló ní cancer. Before you know it, you mean what the alcohol spreads within 5 years. Social alarm you will not even know that you have cancer. You will be living comfortably. And you know cancerous cell like tumor, woman spreading. And let me say something again. Most of our medical practitioners, we have the fake medical practitioners, we have the original medical practitioners. They are the one killing our country. Okay, for example, somebody have a breast cancer. You are telling me that you just okay, let me just cut off the breast, let me do surgery, then I will stitch it back. If you do surgery, you remove the cancer. Let me say, okay, we have 100 cancerous cells. You remove 99 and you stitch it back, it remains 1. That one will proliferate. And you won't even know. So for breast cancer, you need targeted therapy, you need radiotherapy, you need chemotherapy. For cervical cancer, you need brachytherapy, you need radiotherapy. We have different types of cancers. Yes. So the situation of the country is not favoring the poor masses.
Well, Sherry mo fẹ́ sọ nǹkan nípa ọ̀rọ̀ tí Mr. Muka sọ, ẹ má bínú sà, lórí ọ̀rọ̀ machine yẹn. Sherry ẹ̀yin olówó tó wà ní Nàìjíríà. Ẹ lè rò bóyá ẹ ń ṣe àwọn èèyàn ni because màkàn lọ́ọ́ má jẹ́ kí nǹkan burúkú kàn wá. Nobody knows tomorrow. Tó bá délé tán kò mọ olówó ṣebí ẹ gbọ́ táwọn gbogbo sọ pé there's money is there. Because all this money that we like to use to show off, I have 20 cars in my garage. I have kiniko in my kiniko. Tabatie jọ, kó jẹ́ pé each state, kó má jẹ́ Lagos nìkan, each state, àwọn state tí ó ṣe kíni tó bá yẹ pé méjì ló ti rà sí each state. Tí àwọn politician náà ló lówó, ẹni tí ó politician bó ló ti fẹ́ rówó, àwọn politician náà ló sọ.
Ẹ má bínú. Ogogo mi sọ̀rọ̀ sí perfect peace. Ṣé èyí ló ní cancer ni? Kò ń ṣe èyí ló ti ní cancer. Cancer yẹn ti pẹ́ lára.
Wọ́n ní ọ́ misdiagnose ẹ̀ ni. Wọ́n ní ọ́ ọ̀sà àwọn ẹ̀sọ́ pọ́sà ló ń treat.
Ọ̀sà kẹ̀.
Wọ́n tètè mọ̀ ọgbà tó wà ní stage 1, stage 2. According to her. So on treat ọ̀nà ọ̀sà ló ń pè é. Ọ̀sà ló ti ń treat wọn mọ̀ pé cancer ni.
Okay, let me just comment. Prostate cancer. Let me say prostate cancer for example. That cancerous cell has spread to spine. Has spread to pelvic region, both spine. tó bá yá tó bá ti wọlé stage let me say like stage 4 ẹni máa wà lórí wíṣí ẹ̀ kò ní lè rìn mọ́. The same thing applicable to breast cancer. Èèyàn tó bá ní breast cancer cancerous cell yóò máa spread lọ sí spine like lumbar spine gbogbo cervical bone lẹ́yìn ọ̀hún ó máa spread lọ so ẹni ò ní lè rìn mọ́ ó máa wà lórí wíṣí ẹ̀. So that of Ogogo, I won't say maybe I check on body cancer or something like that. I have some eminent people, the woman was or the woman treat on low key, and they are still alive. So one problem about cancer is early detection in cancer. If it detected early and you treat it, I'm very sure that at least you'll be okay if you meet good professionals. Or cancer will work about treat death sentence me like Kpia, glioblastoma. That is cancer of the brain. There's no way you will treat that cancer. Kpia, you will survive it. The person will die, of course, automatically. You will take the treatment here. But like prostate cancer, Kpia. GPA. Glioblastoma.
I think you said cancer of the brain.
Yes, it's in the brain.
ó dàbí pé mo ti gbọ́ pastor Jerry tó pè rí mo fẹ́ gbórúkọ yẹn.
That GPN kò sí ọ̀dọ̀ máa ní cancer yẹn mi ò tí rí o ó lè wà o in other part of the world but very few because I don't know how you want to treat GPN. mi ò mọ̀.
cancer tún mú yàn nínú ọpọlọ báyìí.
Anybody kò tí mú yàn ó máa mú yàn lójú ó máa mú yàn lọ́wọ́ ó máa mú yàn lójú.
àní mo rí kan ahọ́n.
ó máa mú yàn that is lung cancer ó máa mú yàn lọ́wọ́ penile cancer.
tinú pẹ́ mo rí bọ̀bọ̀ kan ojú ẹ̀ báyìí skin ó dàbí mi ò mọ̀ bóyá skin ojú ẹ̀ yẹn ti wá parẹ́ ẹnu ẹ̀ imú ẹ̀.
that is retinoblastoma.
Yes mo ní kábíyèsí tẹ bá ní gbogbo ìbò ṣe fine. Ọlọ́run ẹ wo àfi kí amúra sáwé àtàkùn rẹ jọ nítorí
ọmọ pé tẹ̀yìn náà tún wà ẹ mọ̀ pé tẹ̀yìn náà tún wà.
Tẹ̀yìn náà ti tọ̀. We have different type of cancers. Tẹ́lifíà tó bá mú yàn báyìí. You just need early detection in cancer like breast cancer or there are some breast cancer who are very aggressive. I think it's HER2 or something like that. HER negative or something like that or positive. I don't know.
Let me say.
So who are very aggressive.
Sorry, can I say something? Sorry.
Ibo lẹ sá lọ Mr. Diog.
Gbogbo ilé tá à ń gbọ́ ẹ̀ ni orú mi ò lè sùn.
So that was.
Mr. Muka jẹ́ kí Dr. Israel ó dàbí doctor náà làwọn náà.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Israel ẹ jẹ́ tún enlighten wa.
Yeah, I can wait. The first thing is cancer something to us seriously. Disease the one that we are aware of. Unfortunately, I mean Ogogo, it was a surprise because even a few days ago, we will come across news and we're on this stage for cancer. And this afternoon, what shall I say? It was so devastating. Now, cancer is a condition I need to create more awareness about. And it's not going to become a bill. Because a lot of people think cancer bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé nǹkan tí kò àti rírí ni ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ for so long ó wà pé with advancement in medicine technology we become more and more aware of it. The one thing about nǹkan tá à ń rí lately ni pé more and more people live even at a young age. Reason be pé lifestyle wa ti change pẹ̀lú oúnjẹ tá ń jẹ. Take for instance nígbà ayé àwọn bàbá wa wọ́n máa ń jẹ àwọn oúnjẹ tó yẹ pé less of processed food làwọn máa ń jẹ. I'm talking about colorectal cancer nísìn.
Exactly.
So most of them jẹ whole food lọ́ máa ń jẹ. Bí pé ká jẹ àjẹwà. Plant-based food, but listen, most of us processed foods. most of us man. So one risk factor, there's no way this person will have cancer or not. So there's no real reason to see affiliate with any cancer. But only stratify because of 1, 2, 3, you are at risk of certain things. And some of the things say one, they are back in Dagba, particularly above the age of 50, risk of our cancers might increase. The other thing is the family member to cancer, you need to be on high alert. The one other thing, the colorectal cancer, a lot of it has to do with consuming processed food, low fiber intake, and all of that. Because the way the gut was saying, tí oúnjẹ bá ń dúró sára within the gut for so long, only cause àwọn changes kan. Another thing ni smoking.
Doctor, kẹ́ tó move from smoking, low fiber yẹn. Ṣé tẹ́mi bá ti gbọ́ fiber yìí tí mi máa ń nà ni? Doctor ẹ má bínú, èmi ò rí ìgbẹ́yà. Tí bá dẹ̀ jẹ wà, ó máa ń ta mí láyà, ó máa ń fún mi ní heartburn. Tí bá jẹ iṣu, ó máa ń fún mi heartburn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ fiber wo lẹ fẹ́ wá máa jẹ? Ṣé mo lè ra supplements instead of kí n wá oúnjẹ fiber torí mi lè wá kú kíkú tó dé?
Ó ní àwọn supplements kan tó ń jẹ́ tó ní fiber nínú. Mi ò mọ ibi tẹ́ wà, but èmi ń sìn Canada.
America mo wà.
Okay, good. So àwọn nǹkan bí àwọn melamucil fiber bóyá kẹ́ lè rí l'America, Canada lè wà.
Kí lẹ pè? Ẹ porúkọ ẹ̀.
Mo lè spell ẹ̀ fún yín, melamucil.
Ẹ bá mi spell ẹ̀.
Malamuson.
Ẹ jọ kọ́ spell ẹ̀ sírúpẹ́ kí n tó lọ bèrèbè kú bẹ̀. Ẹ bá spell ẹ̀ mú.
Ó ní ẹ.
It's metamucil, yeah. It's METACIL, then fiber.
Okay, sọ́mọ kékeré lè lò.
Over age wo lọmọdé náà?
Torí ọmọ mi náà kò rí ìgbẹ́yà, ó máa ní constipation.
Mo ní advice fún ọmọdé. Because most times all those
things. Miraless kò wá lára mu mọ́.
Ẹ má máa jẹ noodles mọ́.
Noodles kọ́ ọmọ mi máa mọ́.
Èmi làwọn chia seeds, flax seeds, àwọn yẹn ní a lot of fiber.
I want to take it.
That's fine, Somasika. That's fine.
Going back,
I just sent you a message. You didn't see it.
No, I didn't see it.
Going back to
Emma, continue talking.
Right. Going back to our risk factors, like things like smoking. I was talking about smoking earlier on. Even recent studies they show that there is no safe amount of alcohol. The units of alcohol is safe, but now we know that there's no safe amount of alcohol and it's a risk factor for cancer of any kind. Now, the one thing, places like, because I worked as a doctor in Nigeria, South Africa, the UK, and now in Canada. So Moripe, there's a little bit of difference in terms of important ìjọba wa kàkún àti some other places. Take for instance, ní England, ní UK as a whole, starting from the age of 50, only nǹkan ní fit test, FIT. Fit test yẹn, the whole point is to detect colorectal cancer early. Because most times, to buy early stages ní kò ní ní symptoms kankan. That's why I don't want us to blame she won't, we want cancer, because early stages, stage 1, stage 2, even stage 3, only man need any symptom. That's why we àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n ní àwọn ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan wọ́n ti jókòó pé kí la lè ṣe láti máa detect ní early ni wọ́n ṣe come up pẹ̀lú some of those screening tests. Wọ́n máa fi screen everybody. Tẹ́ bá ti dé age kan automatically in England. Yeah. In England, for instance, automatically wọ́n máa send the message sí pé ó ti tó time tẹ́ máa lọ ṣe fit test, and we do those tests every 2 years until the age of 74. The same thing in Canada. In fact, last year, the province of Ontario needed to revise down to 45. So, that's age 45. Stool test ni imagine àròjọ kan ẹ̀kọ́ máa rí nínú mail ni. The battery, wọ́n ti come out to instructions bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa collect sample, stool sample ni. Tó ti yẹn ẹ̀kọ́ máa fi díẹ̀ sínú container kan ti send wa. Wọ́n ti sanwó gbígbé padà síbi tó ti máa lọ test ẹ̀. Wọ́n á lọ test ẹ̀. Tá bá ti rí ẹ̀jẹ̀, because it's possible for you to be bleeding.
You're right,
into
sir.
stool.
I got mine a day after my 50th.
Exactly.
A day after.
Exactly.
Send it by pẹ̀lú return.
Your own is just to collect the sample and send it back.
Yes. And within 3 days, they send the result.
The result will be on my mail results here, on my send it. Okay, the result is fine. Your primary care physician will also get that result. So automatically, to abnormal result, that would trigger what we call a reflex colonoscopy. Colonoscopy. Colonoscopy is not a big camera test, it's a large intestine. Okay, check for cause they might bleed. Cancer is one cause. I want me man polyps. I want me only there hemorrhoids, noni pile. Shooting, I'm at the detector. I want to ban the polyps to ball. Only one at risk of cancer later in life. We're not my yoke. That's a case. On my test, our polyps we'll be able to characterize those polyps to say, well, maybe problem, what's the problem? Then, to batting on the polyps in the way, all my advice was how frequently you need to be doing colonoscopy. Maybe every 3 years, every 5 years. Shooting, but more realize, in Nigeria, because I practiced for a few years in Nigeria before I left. Àwọn ìjọba wa wọn really bìkítà láwọn area yẹn. That is one problem.
Bìkítà yẹn gangan ni.
Ẹ jọ sá tẹ bá ṣe tán mo ní question o.
Wọ́n really bìkítà lórí àwọn kan báyẹn. The second thing is our belief system. The reason most of it is I also practice in South Africa. South Africa is not a very resource-rich country. Be Canada, be America, be UK. But I'm not any cultural beliefs. But one thing I realized when I was working there is one man seek help early. Where people don't, because thing about me, even sometimes it happens, even amongst my own people. I'm talking about my family members. Despite the fact that I'm a doctor, I've practiced medicine for over 20 years. And I practice in over 4 countries. 4 countries. Coffee, tẹ̀sẹ̀ lè bọ̀. Ọmọ ní ká má gba abẹ́rẹ́ sí kí ni gbogbo àwọn nǹkan báyẹn. There is no sort thing. We just want you to get help and get help early, because belief system here can stop you from seeking help early. The third thing, Mr. Mukaso, which I really don't think that health practitioners in Nigeria because they're overwhelmed. So the average, some doctors only, in fact, I can't put a number to it because of help. You need the resources to be able to see patient properly. That's why there be cases of misdiagnosis for in Nigeria. Because apparently, if I see a patient here in Canada, for instance, patient here abdominal pain, what you call a certain age, maybe over 50. I treat phone coupon, money, a lot of resources at my disposal. We send patient here for CT scan without thinking of it because we share a patient and low to my daddy. A job and exactly. So you any barrier to care, maybe by.
Sorry for cutting short, Dr. Israel, please. Sorry for cutting short. You made mention of CT scan now. Like CT scan, do you know the amount that is CT scan in Nigeria?
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to portray the point you made earlier on. Because the point is this. By the time you look at how much the patient will have to cough out, sometimes our healthcare professionals we are also if they go to town in terms of investigating that patient. Because
God bless you. And it's not coming from a bad place.
Exactly. Because that way on to jókòó síwájú yín tó yẹ pé wọ́n tiraka kan tó débi tí wọ́n tẹ̀sí rí yín. I work in rural area ní Delta State ní Kwale. So I worked in the hinterland. So you can imagine saying somebody who is so poor telling them about city, how difficult. The long and short of this talk to most of the early detection will save a lot of people. Early detection, our belief system, we need to overhaul everything. Let's control it. Some of the symptoms they look out for. Cancer vary, but in the context of the person that died, one, colorectal cancer, unexplained weight loss. If you're not trying to lose weight and you realize that within a space of 3 months that you lose more than 5 kg, you go and try to lose weight. You need to see a doctor. 2, if you are having blood in stool, then you need to see a doctor. Change in bowel habits. For instance, once in 2 days, you need to see a doctor. They need to investigate that.
Mo ti lọ ọ̀dọ̀ doctor, mo ti lọ bá primary doctor mi bí ẹ̀mẹ́ta bí ẹ̀mẹ́rin. Wọ́n ní malomiralas ṣiṣẹ́, mo ti lọ complain. Ó ní ó normal.
L'Amẹ́ríkà yìí
Ẹ̀gbọ́n ti sú mi o.
There are so many things tó jẹ́ pé Sherry, I work in the insurance world, right? Health insurance. And I know sometimes I cry on the phone when my customers call me. Come on, so, predicament for me. Sherry, near America, to have access to our medical practitioners, it is hard. To buy health insurance, you have to be in abject penury in America for you to get help. Health insurance free. You have to be in abject penury. Free health insurance. Then to pass in abject penury to normal you are above the poverty level, which is 150%. Oh my God, thousands project. poverty level each state yàtọ̀. I think for Texas, in some place in Texas, $15,000 a year mean 150% above poverty level. And wàá wò pé $15,000. Kí ni $15,000 fẹ́ ṣe nílé ayé mi tẹ́ ẹ sọ pé ó dìgbà tí mi ò bá pa iye yẹn. Tí bá pa $15,000 mo ti wà 150% above poverty level. How is that possible? Now let me come to get insurance. Irú marketplace insurance the Americans say, which is the poverty level insurance is Medicaid. Then above poverty level 150% yẹn òun ni marketplace insurance. Last year during COVID wọ́n add the extra savings fáwọn èèyàn. Last year wọ́n yọ extra savings yẹn. Some people are having to pay àwọn tí plan wọn jẹ́ $0 tẹ́lẹ̀. Some people are having to pay $150. Some people $500. Some people $800 full health insurance. Nǹkan tí mo dẹ̀ sọ fún yín yìí, wọ́n máa ní deductible. Àwọn plan kan wà tó máa jẹ́ $0 deductible. But ó sì máa ní maximum out of pocket. At the end of the day, tó bá lọ sọ́dọ̀ doctor, àwọn kan wà tó máa gba copay lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Tó bá wá àwọn míì àwọn doctors kan máa wà tó jẹ́ pé they might not even accept you because they don't accept your insurance. Tó bá fẹ́ rí specialist, it can take you a long time. Can you imagine Houston, Texas tó jẹ́ pé medical city ni? Sometimes it can take you up to 6 months before you can get a specialist that will accept your insurance. Nígbà tí mo lóyún, mo ní insurance. Doctors were rejecting me because insurance tí mo ní. Until tí mo pé bóyá bí 17 weeks pregnant, mo tó ṣe first appointment mi. So, see, when people are talking, Thomas in Soroti, Canada, Tasmania, people in Badun, Cosirel, America. And you know the funniest thing is pé tó bá wá lọ fẹ́ lọ ṣe self-pay fún àwọn test kankan. Thomas charge ẹni bóyá bí ó ní test kan tí mo lọ ṣe lọ́jọ́ kan. Wọ́n ní copay tèmi máa san is $1,500. Money okay, and then they are charging my insurance about maybe $6,000 for that test. By the time see, okay, how much will it be if I am doing self-pay? Only $350. If I am doing self-pay,
topic ẹ ti fẹ́ máa deviate ẹ má bínú ẹ jẹ́ kó ṣetán tó bá ti ṣetán ẹ wá continue ẹ jọ àti pearl ẹ jẹ́ kí doctor finish doctor.
Right, ma. So the whole point, if I take too much of people's time, so the whole point is be early detection. Mo mọ̀ pé constraints were because of we're in various parts of the world, but àlàáfíà ṣe kókó. So
Sisi ẹ má bínú doctor Sisi Dúpẹ́ ẹ jọ Sisi Dúpẹ́ táyé bá ti wà ẹ bá mi gbé tèmi tí is okay wọ́n ní tẹ́ bá ti ráyè bóyá doctor ẹ continue.
So, even if it's just, like take for instance, I want to one in Niger, for instance, even if it's just waking your love phone check-up once in a while, or important. Self-examination, no. Particularly for obìnrin tó bá jẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa bí breast cancer you can examine yourself at home. In fact, the also YouTube, self breast examination. In your marry a lot of tutorials so that Kali need awareness Kali might check out so that then about noticing continue one to simple lara in your tele seek help. So I want to combine the part that we can play and I don't know what the cost of fit test is in Nigeria. Mi ò mọye tí ó jẹ́, but mi ò dẹ̀ mọ̀ bóyá ó wà available gan pàápàá. But nǹkan tí èèyàn lè béèrè questions around it. But nǹkan tí èèyàn táwa ní control over the most ni pé if you notice something about yourself tí ò sí ń bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀, please seek medical help early. Tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ dọ́dọ̀ doctor kan, tẹ́ ẹ bá wà satisfied pẹ̀lú nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ fún yín, please seek a second, third, or even a fourth opinion. Because our doctors are shalom, are the magic wand, Lord, and we don't have the crystal ball. Sometimes we get it wrong also. But tẹ́ bá dọ́dọ̀ èèyàn kan, tẹ́ bá wà satisfied, nǹkan táwọn ìbò ìmáa ń ṣe ń bíbá ẹni yẹn. Tẹ́ bá sọ nǹkan fún wọn, wọ́n máa ní àwọn ti gbọ́. In fact, some of my patients wọ́n tó wá bá mi, wọ́n ti gbé sórí GPT. Nítorí wọn yẹn, wọ́n ti gbé sí i. So by the time you're talking to them, in fact, nígbà míì wọ́n lè mọ̀ ju èèyàn lọ nípa nǹkan tó
Dr.
ń pè wá.
Israel, èmi gangan lè ń bá wí yẹn, bẹ́ẹ̀ mi náà ṣe máa sọ nìyẹn.
And it's not a bad thing. Èmi ò kí wà against ẹ̀ pé patient wa bá mi ó ti ṣe research. In fact, then we can have an enlightened discussion. What I know, I will tell you. The ones that I'm not clear about, I'm not ashamed to tell you that I don't know, but we can find out for you.
Israel, ẹ dúró mi ẹ belt náà wọ́n ní question fún mi. Ẹ jọjọ copy yín so that kẹ́ tó bọ́ lẹ̀kẹ́ má lọ sá mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Dr. Israel.
Mrs. Young.
Sorry, Mrs. Fatoki, please. Dr.
Mo ti
Israel.
kọ́kọ́ sọ pé mo ní question, but it's okay.
All right, thank you. Dr. Israel, thank you for this. This is like more enlightening because I have also worked with cancer patients. I'm also in the UK. But please, there's this question that I still have in my head. You said something when you want to start. You said, but now there's like a high rise of this thing in Nigeria, even among the young people. Can we really talk about why? Where did we get it wrong? Yes, cancer has always been, and it will be forever. But what are we doing that is making it to become more rampant now? If we can look more on the preventive measure, maybe we can try and, if you can try and talk about, maybe it is something that people are eating, maybe it's the food, maybe it's the fruits, maybe, a lot of things. And the need for people to make sure they prevent this thing. Because once you have a cancer, over here it's easy. I've worked with many cancer patients. The first time I worked with a cancer patient, I was like very, very scared because back home we usually see it as a death sentence. But over time when I start working with them, it's like a normal thing now. So if I'll confidently go to a cancer patient, we talk and give them their treatment. Do you understand what I'm saying? But back home, even till now, people see it as a death sentence. Even when some of your friends know that you have cancer, they will run from you. They can even say, they don't want to have it. Even some family member will not want to talk to you anymore. What are at least for younger generations?
Sisi Dúpẹ́. Ta ló gbé Staff Fatoki sílẹ̀? Ẹ má bínú, mo sáré ṣe nǹkan ni. Staff Fatoki ta ló gbé wọn sílẹ̀? Sisi Dúpẹ́.
Mi ò mọ̀, mi kọ́ mo gbé wọn sílẹ̀ o.
Ẹ bá mi gbé tèmi tì. Bóyá dẹ̀ ti bínú èmi dẹ̀ wò mo sáré ṣe nǹkan ni. Tó rán fẹ́ bèrè question bò èmi wá sáré mute mo lọ ṣe nǹkan. Mi mọ̀.
Ilé náà wà, wọ́n máa padà wá. Mr. Fatoki mi ẹ má bínú, ẹ padà wá ìjọ.
Ẹgbẹ́ tèmi tì máa pé wọ́n, ẹgbẹ́ tèmi tì sókè.
All right.
So, Dr. Israel, please,
you can like just enlighten people more, or what we can do, what is the way forward, at least for the younger generation, because obviously back home people don't have the means. They don't have the means. Government is there. Forget about, I keep telling people, forget about the government. It might be if you have a family, join hands together, send 1 or 2 members of your family, send them abroad. Maybe if they do well, they can pull some other people too, so that if anything comes, they can, gather money together and take care of the person and make your family better. You cannot depend on the government. The government don't have anything to offer. They don't even have the resources. What can we do going forward? I tell most of my friends, let's forget about the government. Put the government aside. Number one, don't ever be on balito. Because in Nigeria we put so much pressure on how we look, on our appearance. Some things that are not too important. Because even if you build 100 houses, you have 20 cars, if your earth is failing, you cannot use it. And what you buy we want to buy hair, we want to buy clothes, we want to look good, we want to go to party. But we are forgetting that health is wealth. Please, what is the way forward?
Hello. Sorry, guys. Dr. Israel, hi, are you the one from Blackpool?
I am. I saw your name.
Stevie.
Stevie, how are you? I saw your name. My name was you.
I was like, we were close, but we never really.
Absolutely.
How are you,
That's my colleague. We're in the UK together now.
Yeah. I'm in Alberta. I know you went to.
Nice. I'm in Ontario.
No worries, we go chat. Yeah, give me a gas.
No, all right.
He's really.
Hey.
All right, chat later.
Right.
Okay. Good job.
All right,
Bye.
Can I please add my question to?
Right. Can I take it one after the other, just so I don't lose that?
Answer everything together. Okay.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
All right. My question is so simple. I just want to know the indicator of someone having cancer from the regular blood work. For instance, the number of platelets. If someone has abnormal platelet counts or hematocrit, can you talk more about that?
Right. Okay. I can. So I'll take the first question. So the first thing is the risk factors from various cancers different. Take for instance, we're talking about colorectal cancer. The risk factors are different from, take for instance, breast cancer, or we're talking about cervical cancer or prostate cancer. All differ. But one thing, with colon cancer, for instance, I mentioned earlier on that there's been a rise in. I'm in a minute. Daddy, I'm in a minute. Okay. Sorry, just 1 minute. Just hold on. I am in a meeting. I'll come see you later. Okay. I might be a minute. Sorry. Right, so our risk factors they won't differ. But one thing we call colorectal cancer, for instance, the viral of late, there's been a rise in Western food amongst our society, in our society. For instance, most people now eat things like baking, hamburger, all those sort of things. Another thing, most of us like bóyá nǹkan súnsún. I'm not saying soya ò dáa àwọn èèyàn ti ń jẹ before now, but ṣẹ́rí the black kéèyàn sùn kan kó jóná, ṣẹ́rí that part tó jóná yẹn, is thing about consuming on a regular basis, you know, put at an increased risk of
radical.
Yes. Chuti, I want part to do na pé kéèyàn sun ẹran kó jóná kéèyàn wá máa jẹ the burnt part. It will put you at an increased risk. Another thing is smoking. Smoking, man, will increase cancer for all kinds of cancer, lung cancer, cervical cancer, whatever you name it. Chuti. Thirdly, is inactivity, physical inactivity. A lot of us, listen, we jump from our car to the office, from the office to room, from room to bed, OTA. Exercise, were important also. One thing thought are also linked with a lot of diseases, including cancer, is obesity, which the matter in recent years, we're now gaining more weight with, change in lifestyle and all that. So I want to totally increase. And the about I want particularly in our society, on the rise. The one major problem to Nigeria, and which is something I personally take more interest in, is we are need culture of preventive care. And it's not something we are really into. For as long as we have this mentality of if it is not damaged, we don't need to repair it. So saying, okay, let me just go and do a checkup. Let me just go and check my blood pressure, check what my blood sugar is. All them are very important, Latin Mache, including going for maybe screening for certain conditions. So because we don't have that, Nigeria only, nothing but more medical school. I finished from University of Benin. Some of my lecturers used to joke then, and the Lagos boys, this is how they do it. The Benin boys, this is how they do it. In Ilorin, this is what's the meaning of that? In the NHS, for instance, there's a national guideline. The see Blackpool. The same nice guideline found known in Blackpool, London. Whatever the guideline says is what everybody sticks to. In terms of screening, it's the same guideline. We see people screen colorectal cancer, at least, except about the change before certain age. Unfortunately, is so on everybody might tell it. But Nigeria does not even have a guideline and a screening program for colorectal cancer. We don't have any screening program for breast cancer. We don't have screening programs for things like cervical cancer. For women who are abroad, at some point, that might receive notification of pap smear. We don't have those things. That might receive notification of mammogram. We don't have anything like that. That might receive notification of free test. And so, to answer your question as to why there is a rise, there are two folds. One, the lifestyle over the past 2 or 3 decades did change significantly compared to how it was in the days of our fathers. Our babas, some of them would about 10 kilometers a day. Those things are protective. So that's one. The lifestyle has changed. The second is that we don't have screening programs to catch one early. The reason I'm saying that is that, take for instance, in colorectal cancer, sometimes only the polyp in the corner they excise polyp here, and that will prevent cancer from coming up altogether. In cancer, can colonoscopy your polyp here, would have ended up dying from the stage 4 cancer. So that's my take on why there is a rise in all of those things right now in Nigeria. And again, with advancement, some of the things and the opportunity that in machine Nigerians because of Western influence could seem better. I remember in those days, back in medical school, but yeah, the whole of maybe Benin, for instance, and the man MRI. The patient don't need MRI. Only they go a bit bad on our session below. But listen, we want to get in work so they might ease how diagnoses are made. So that's one. So that's my take. To the second question as to whether there are ways we can identify cancer in blood work. Yes. So, for instance, if a woman who is postmenopausal, above the age of 50, if they walk into my clinic and we should blood test for the iron level one low. Take for instance, you can do complete blood count, we do your ferritin level, and when I read iron level low, and we cannot explain it, unexplained iron deficiency is enough reason for me to send you for colonoscopy or Pagea endoscopy. The reason being that low iron level most times indicate that is either one, the intake of iron, iron rich food though, or the absorption, there is a problem with how your body is taking it in, or you're losing iron from somewhere. And most times, every time we lose iron through blood loss. So, bleed, the first thing, where is the blood, where's the iron going? So, from blood work, just looking at your MCV, for instance, what we call the mean corpuscular volume, I can say, okay, Tomawa low, and notice ferritin. That will make me to do a ferritin level. The ferritin level bad low, I will start thinking of possible blood loss in the bowels. Colon cancer is one cause of that. So, and I'll detect. In fact, I've seen patients that walk to me, I don't feel dizzy. I don't feel dizzy. I should blood work. But I should blood work. I should iron level. I should hemoglobin low. We did a colonoscopy. That was how we detected that the woman had bowel cancer. Immediately we referred. Once everything, she's fine. Just from blood work, we were able to make that diagnosis. And symptoms of bowel was going to feel dizzy. From dizziness, we could diagnose cancer. So in terms of platelet, there are certain conditions. Some cancers truly they keep platelet level high. So we can see the platelet and say, well, why is the platelet so high? There are some cancers that can present that way. Our cancers come one not to be just looking at the HB. The HB can be so high, what we call polycythemia. So looking at that, there's a problem here. So blood work is so informative. It gives us a lot of information about what might be going on somewhere. Even by the white blood cell, we can look at the white blood cells. White blood cell normal should be between 4 to 11. Then we are seeing with white blood cell of say 30. We have to look for why that white blood cell is that high. So a lot of things and they get from just simple blood work. So to answer that question, yes, a lot of cancers can be diagnosed. Hematocrit, that's the HB. So the HB, for instance, for most women, I'm very from region to region, but I think in Canada it is 115 to 152. So for instance, the HB of around, say, 175, 180, we want to ask questions. So you can actually detect a lot of things from just looking at the blood work.
Dr. Asia, please, with what you are saying just now, I just remember I have someone that over time she has been having question. Just this last one, please. She has been having like unexplained blood loss, and it's not because she's bleeding or anything. So you are saying this can also be like an indication for cancer.
Unexplained blood loss. Can I mean by that?
Like iron level is low. They'll just say she's anemic. Like,
how old is this person?
She's like 30, I think 35 years.
So because during periods, one reason to I am feeling low, they only money heavy periods.
She doesn't.
So that needs to be investigated. It might not be anything, but once we say unexplained iron deficiency, if we can't give an explanation as to why that iron level is low, that needs to be investigated. Although she doesn't classically belong to that group of individuals that alarm bells might go off. But if they cannot explain why, if it is not due to the fact that she's not saying enough iron-rich foods, only absorption. Take for instance, I want to only be conditions to celiac disease or any problem for low absorption iron. But that needs to be investigated. It doesn't always mean cancer, but one of the things that we also consider is that what is going on. Number of conditions cause the iron level low. One is celiac. Two, we have inflammatory bowel disease, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease, cancer, polyps, but if we see iron deficiency, that basically explains it. That patient needs to be thoroughly investigated.
Sir, please, I would like to connect with you. I just sent you a message. Please, kindly accept my message. Thank you so much.
No problem.
My all right, can I make an observation, please? Just one, please. Just one question. Okay.
Mimi oil, Shewambe. Mimi, Oluji, continue.
Just one question, Doki. Could it be, this one is just an observation, it's not medical stuff. Could it be that the occurrence of cancer all over the world is because of awareness? Things that people see before, that they don't think anything of it until it becomes worse. Now they are more aware to look at it. An example is breast cancer. Women are encouraged to touch their breast so that they can find lump. Could it be that the occurrence of cancer now, it doesn't matter where now, it doesn't matter where. But could it be that it's because of the enlightenment that people have now, to report it? Could it be that's why we have high occurrence, where before those things are not reported at all? Go explain on that one, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't really think because of more awareness that's why we're having a rise in the incidence of cancer. Because let's look at it from this perspective. If a woman finds out she didn't notice a lump in her breast, what will happen eventually is that the cancer is going to progress. The way they think that might eventually happen is that she's going to present to us late. But not being aware of cancer does not stop the progression of it. So you ain't got to move on. Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, making sense. Of course.
Yeah. So because, if for instance, somebody finds a lump, or they didn't find a lump in their breast, the cancer is still going to progress. It will go from stage 1 to stage 2, stage 3, to machete final stage. So the patient most likely will present to us late. But this is what I think is wasn't a right. I mean, Muti explained it earlier on. The awareness is making people come early. Maybe in certain parts of the world, maybe not in the Western world. Take for instance, maybe only in the breast cancer in Nigeria, for instance, who must seek help. Then that patient never went to the hospital, never presented to anybody, and they eventually die. And because of our cultural beliefs, we feel that maybe we didn't find the cause of death. So there's less reporting. But in places like Canada, the UK, Australia, the US, at some point, I'm not to because we need to issue a death certificate. We need to issue a death certificate. We need to know what's the primary cause, can lead to that. Is there anything to so I don't think, maybe in certain parts of the world, yes, awareness will make, and reporting makes it look like there's now a rise. But I think to a very large extent, our lives have changed all over the world. Lives have changed in the last 4 decades. What to change? What we're seeing in Nigeria and in Africa, for instance, our advancement in Nigeria is only peculiar to us alone. If you speak to some, you both be buying about me gone. In the 70s or 80s, because anybody only phone late. So those things, although they're well ahead of us in terms of technology, medical advances, and all of that, but I feel that technologically, I mean, there's been a sort of a spread, so much so that now they refer to the world as a global village. So I feel it is more of what has changed in our lives, the kind of things that we are now exposed to. Then I may be wrong. I mean, I've not looked into any kind of study to tell us why there is a rise, but I'm just looking from, I mean, my experience and also my interactions with patients around the world. I really don't think, like, I may be wrong. Like I said, I don't have a straightforward answer to that, really, actually.
Yeah, Israel, let me comment quickly with that. I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think what Mr. Oliji was saying, I think it's more like probably reported. So Mr. Oliji, not really the incidents. Cancer ever shall progress regardless. And that's where Israel is coming from. But I think that I think about client. Tí o bá ń ṣe pé cancer tó kú bá wà òpin lọ́kàn pé ó pọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ni ló bá kú ó yí àgbẹ̀ ìgbẹ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ó pọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ wá kú. So ẹ mọ̀ pé it would have been undocumented as pé colorectal cancer ló pa or lung cancer ló pa. So I think that probably in that part, yes, underreported. But when it comes to the incidence of that illness, I don't think probably it's like that. Early
or awareness.
Yeah,
no, not because of awareness. Because, like, take for instance, like Temi rightly said, in those days, I mean, a lot of people. I mean, I can. This is personal. My dad died when I was 9. If you ask me what was the cause of his death, because anybody don't know. I come up with was sick for a few days. They wanted. So see, up to now, I mean, I'm a doctor. I can tell you the cause of death of my own dad, just because of unfortunately in those days. So the there's always a cultural explanation as to why somebody died. So without patient about cool, take for instance, the patient died, we don't know, we can't explain it. Corona coming, one say autopsy, one more to shake pa. So the amano, no pa, at the document near to pa near. And no my report there.
Thank you. Just I've had a lot of experience with cancer, and that's why I'm asking those questions. If you want to know, I'm a physicist, yeah, but I've worked as a medical physicist in radiology and radiotherapy as well, including brachytherapy. You understand? So I worked in Nigeria in 1988, 1989, when I was posted from this country. Jesus Christ, I forgot the name of the country. When I was posted, because then I was working for Atomic Energy Agency as a physicist. Because I'm Nigerian, I was posted to University College Hospital in Ibadan as a physicist, just to calculate doses and everything, to make sure that the machine, the gamma ray, which is cesium, I can't remember, in the machine is actually producing the right amount of gamma rays for the treatment. Now, I met a young boy. If you look at my post, I said something about retinoblastoma. I met a very young boy. Yeah, the retinoblastoma was thinking badly, so badly, and then from then till now, because we wrote a paper together in the hospital, I wrote a paper about the occurrence of breast cancer in Nigeria compared to the Western world. I only did statistics, but I was involved in not medication, involved in calculating the radiation dose and involved in radiation protection when the radiation dose is being implemented. So I will tell you the name of the guy I work with. His name is Professor Benjamin Campbell, sorry. Child now, he's a professor, the oncologist in Ibadan, UCH in those days. Now, fine, I just linked up with those because I saw them doing some work. And then they said that the increase in breast cancer is so high. That was 5 years ago when I linked up with them. Not Dr. Campbell, of course, he's retired. Professor Campbell, sorry. He's retired.
Where? Professor Campbell from where?
They're now saying that the East, University of Ibadan.
Okay.
UCH. Google UCH radiology.
I know one Professor Campbell.
UCH.
So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, he's one of
Professor Campbell.
UCH.
Okay.
Yeah, UCH, Professor Campbell. You are the one that started the radiotherapy department then. I was a physicist, not a medical doctor. So, but I had to study a lot about the physiology and physiology of the body because I'm not a doctor. So we know that the backbone attracts more, absorbs more radiation. So we have to do what's called radiation protection for the backbone, especially for ovarian cancers. See my point? But when I was living with them 5 years ago, they told me those days we were only treating like maybe in a month, new patients in a month, maybe 5 or 6. But now they're dealing with like 100 or 300 cases a month. Then I was asking the doctor there now, I said, why? And what he told me, which is what I asked him, he said, it's because now people are aware. People don't ignore it anymore. Just imagine a woman who are like 25, period every week. Suddenly at the age of 45, period in like 5 days. Who will lose so much blood that she's so incapacitated. And then when they find out, when they do the necessary blood test, and then they do the system, I think CT scan, because then in those days it was University of Ibadan that had the only CT scan in Nigeria that is working. Now there's another doctor, an oncologist as well. His name is Doctor. I can't remember his first name, but his name is Dr. X of LUTH. We are all working together in this thing. But now, 5 years ago, this guy was telling me the new doctor there. Actually, he's not even a doctor. He's not even a professional yet. But he is a resident doctor. And I was talking because I went to Nigeria at that time. I just went there. He said, "Oh, this is where I worked." And I would just talk to him and I said, "The occurrence of cancer is so high now." And I was speaking to him. I said, "Why?" And you know what he said to me? Which is what the question I asked him. He said, "It's because there's more awareness now."
Right.
And that's why I asked you that question. Okay. It seems like the awareness is higher now compared to those days, that's when we're seeing more occurrence of cancer. It doesn't matter where. Forget about the area.
Okay.
Primary side, primary side.
Right. So as you're talking, I mean, I just sort of, I just put it on Google as to why there is a rise in cancer rates in Nigeria. And these are some of the factors that they said. They said, one, urbanization, shifting diets, more processed foods, red meat, less fiber, sedentary lifestyle, rising obesity, and metabolic syndrome, increased tobacco marketing and uptake, alcohol consumption, environmental exposures, gas flaring, air pollution, optional carcinogens. So it's just to tell you that, Cherry, the fact that doctors are seeing more and more of these cases does not necessarily mean our cases here will seem there, or that awareness I want you to marry more. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to opinions, I mean, we doctors we vary in our opinions because we can say based on your environment what you know. Reporting is what makes, because they're about reporting, we don't know. So the patient, like what Temi said earlier on, people die and we didn't even find out why they died. We didn't find out, we didn't bother to know, get to more. And another thing is this. Take for instance, if Ogogo had not gone to hospital, been properly diagnosed and treated, because of his religion being a Muslim, the chances are that he will get buried almost immediately. So some of those things around culture, around religion, also preclude investigation into the cause of death. So not necessarily awareness, whether or not people are aware of the symptoms, it will progress. If it's awareness still were important, we want you to come early. We want you to go and seek help early, because that way we can treat it. If we catch stage 1 cancer, stage 2 actually treat it. I'm a treater to buy the breast. I say mastectomy. I combine chemo, I'm say you'll be fine. I have lots of patients here who want to mastectomy more than 10-15 years ago. They are okay. In fact, the mean one talking about suffering gone early more. So the early difference to what I want to be once and the awareness is more amongst these people. And by me, to you baba me to man so pé to ba mi to ma gbé symptoms wa ba mi gba mi ma fẹ́ ma wo pé is there something else? Because of how sometimes we might appear so flimsy. But if you don't want to be in here, and when we reassure them, they go away and say, well, my doctor has said there's no problem, there's no problem. So the awareness makes patients come early.
Me, I quickly chip this in. Do you know what? There was a time when I was still in Nige, yeah? When you just want to move one boss, I don't know where I was going to. Probably somewhere. I want to go in motor. The stage was crazy. So at some point, I think woman go one point at one woman. At some point, be driver, she stopped me, but everybody up on my bullet. So I now kind of engage her because I just felt pity for Ikpekilo Shele. She had a fungating breast mass.
Mm-hmm.
As in stage 4, as in Tobarikini, classical med school, like what I think is not big, tutorial, fungating mass like this. I've never seen that in the Western world, never. And I don't think any Western. Sometimes I used to remember my colleagues in the UK, the master bed, who sounded excited, like, oh, really? You saw it? Yes. So see, only man see them because to batch people shaking or not it long.
So one thing, but I'm sure along there, probably she just, she couldn't afford it. Oh, God, Lobe. So, Mr. Oloji, you see, and when doctors speak, when we speak casually, we have to say when you're speaking in a professional manner, because if you're talking about incidents, is it of diagnosis or what? There are three different things, To what can you reach? She will only access to, screening healthcare or free healthcare. She can you access it because a lot of people want oko to money can you jade wasibo tokomaku. But over time, no, because Nigeria not improve over the years. There's been better access more, especially the internet where, so àwọn èèyàn náà ti wà mú àwẹ̀ so ó máa jáde wá síta so wọn ní kò dúró pé kò sówó àwọn kan lọ ta ló fà ní ọyàn ni wọ́n ṣe ó fẹsẹ̀ tẹ mágùn àbí kíní kan you get it so bóyá rí nìyẹn thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. I don't know if the host wants to take over now.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
I have a question. Okay, Mrs. Fatoki, you can talk.
Okay. Right.
All right. To me. So when I was pregnant with my first, right, I noticed that I was very constipated. So at some point, I started having a bulge from my right? So the first one popped out. It's small, but something popped out the first time. Then much later, so I started working on my fiber and all of that, right? So eventually, by the time Timoma feel third trimester, OTD will pop out. So I tried to talk to my doctor about it. Honey, it's okay. They just kind of downplayed it, right? That there is really nothing they can do, blah, blah, blah. They kind of made it look like it wasn't a big deal, sort of. So I have been living with it now for over 4 years, almost 5 years now. When I got pregnant with my second, it wasn't as bad because, I wasn't as constipated as my first pregnancy, so I was able to manage it. But what do you advise that I can do? Because I still have it.
Right. So the first thing you need to establish what exactly is this the lump or so say for instance you go to the bathroom, are you able to push it back in?
No, it stays out.
Stays out, right. Remember that doctors did they take a look? Did they examine?
No, they did not examine. Yeah.
Right. So I'm just talking from what you've from the story, and I'm happy that there are a lot of other people who perhaps have an idea of what possibly that could be online right now. From Ngote described, if there was constipation that started when you were pregnant, we're talking about lump, the most likely thing that is hemorrhoids, be pile. But that needs to be examined. A doctor has to have a look so that indeed it is hemorrhoids. Then on my follow appropriate steps, let investigate it. So it's not just something to be once the way medicine works and the way doctors think is that common things occur commonly. But many a times we want to work from what could the worst case scenario to the best case scenario. I don't want to just say, well, I mean, just do this, do that, when I have not had a look. Because somebody needs to examine, you need to see your doctor needs to, examine and be sure that it's hemorrhoid.
So would I be seeing a primary care doctor or a specialist for that?
A primary care will be able to tell you. The primary care will be able to tell you where he doesn't know. If he thinks he needs to refer, then he will refer you to a specialist. Are you in America?
I am.
Yeah, so I know it's a common practice in America just to go straight to the specialist. But if we're in places like maybe the UK or Canada, for instance, you probably will not be able to do that. So let your primary care physician, let them have a look. They will examine and tell you, oh, it's hemorrhoid. Too bad your hemorrhoids. A lot of things. One thing on this shit. Again, looking at diet. If you're always constipated, you just increase your fiber intake, drink lots of water. Ambulate, you move around more if you're not already doing that. And again, other things they want to be sharing, want to prescribe and suppository or the ointment for him to
right now, I'm not, I'm not constipated. I've not been constipated for a long time because I think because I was pregnant for the first time, right? I didn't know then. I couldn't really eat then, so I was then that I was able to tolerate. So yeah.
Okay, somebody needs to examine. For instance, examine hemorrhoids. The general rule of thumb is that was symptomatic, lump and one there. Was symptomatic, you're not bleeding from it, it's not causing you pain, it's not. Most times, a lot of people have hemorrhoids to need the treatment from protein. But I'm speaking from the place of what you've just told me, because in medicine, for number one, I'm not licensed in America, so I can't even treat you to the end. But I'm speaking from the point of, what you've told me. But in medicine, for us to make diagnosis, we want to listen. We want to also see. Shooting, exactly. So the physical examination is very important here. So they will examine and determine whether or not it is hemorrhoids. I mean, it's something else. And need further investigations only. One they say a lot of things. They want to do an anoscopy just to have a look. But so many things. But the primary care doctor needs to see.
So I have a follow-up question to that. So in the case, this now I'm asking as someone that I'm asking for an advice as a brother that that knows medicine, right? If in the case hemorrhoids, right? Do you advise for it to be taken? Because I've done research too as well. For it to be cut or leave it.
Right. So the one thing, I already answered that earlier on to say if your power is symptomatic, means that you're not having any symptoms from it. If it doesn't disturb you, don't disturb it. That's the rule of thumb. Any symptoms from it, there's really no need to treat it. Some people still may go ahead and treat, but I don't know. If you were my patient, if you come to me and say it's hemorrhoid, you're not symptomatic from it, it's not getting any bigger, it's not, obviously people progress. Just tell you not to bother treating it. But doctors' opinions will differ from doctor to doctor.
Yeah. Israel, let me come in quickly. Sister Fatou Keisha, but symptoms that Dr. Israel is talking about, and that's why we're saying probably go to your PCP, okay? Some people will imagine pain, some people might just be constant blood in stool. Check your button one, mama alert as doctors. So we better can find, end to that, because once you keep having blood in stool, it's just the hemorrhoid. Also discomfort. Teba joko, elomi to ba tobi, uli madubo, teba joko, to ekun uti affects beshin joko. Elomi ade ekun joko ama chi beg be wo se bekon. Then that in that case.
Professor lọ sí platform woman yeye tó yàjọ kẹtọrí mẹka lọba lọ kọ síbẹ̀ pé Ogogo is 63 wọ́n ti fẹ́ fún wọn bẹ̀.
Prof ẹ máa bọ̀ nílé.
Ó ní kí ló ń wá kí. Ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ ilà tí bá tó dé.
Sometimes, especially when sugar, I usually don't take sugar, but boya mo wa she mistake mo wa lo je sugar. I feel the pain there.
It's becoming symptomatic, sis.
So I would advise in that case, like, to determine all those symptoms are related to the lump. I mean, I don't want to call it hemorrhoids at this stage, but to discover hemorrhoids and any symptoms from it, then at that point you need treatment.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. Can I ask my question, please?
Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I just want to ask that, can a benign cyst turn into a cancerous one later?
Right, okay. Let it not be a one-man show. I think I have my colleague. We trained together in the UK and we're in Canada together now. I think she can answer that as well. Timothy.
Bro, take over. We talked about it extensively. That was it 3 days ago? We have another colleague, Dr. Yeti. She's a pediatric gastroenterologist in the US. So we spoke extensively about the topic. So and it's a pleasure hearing your voice. So go ahead, bro.
Thank you.
Mama chipping, yeah.
No problem. So the thing is that it is not common for benign cysts. Cysts, where did they find the cysts in the first place?
Oh, the upper arm.
Right. So what we're talking about is right on the arm.
Yeah.
Very unlikely to turn cancerous.
Okay.
Very, very unlikely. Once she imaging, once she be ultrasound or something.
Ultrasound, everything, and
yeah. Automatically, so we benign cyst, the chances of it becoming cancerous, the chances are very low. But I always want to put a caveat to things like this. There are two things we don't say in medicine. We don't say always, we don't say never. So that's the caveat, but the chances of it transforming into a cancer are very, very low, almost negligible. But it's something we monitor from time to time. And that's why most times, even when they reported it as being benign, if a doctor has interpreted that result, not to joke about it, not to discuss it, they will always tell you what to look out for. If the cyst becomes bigger,
yes.
If for any time Obama become painful, the skin around it changes, you need to see them again. But the chances of it transforming into a cancer are very low, but it still can happen. But it needs to be monitored. So I won't be alarmed. Say imaging don't be benign cyst. I typically don't alarm my patients. I just tell them these are the things you need to be on the lookout for. If you see any of those, come back to me and then we can reinvestigate.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hello, good evening. Hi, my name is Femi. I'm a histopathologist, so I UK trained, practiced in the UK. I'm now practicing in Canada.
Nice.
So I just want to chip in. I would be very biased because I'm a histopathologist, and there's one thing we say: tissue diagnosis, transplant diagnosis.
Please, I want to borrow your box. Sorry, Mr. Stopira, because I have like 3 people down there. So
thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sis. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Stopira. Sorry for
So, no a problem. So, I'll be very biased because I'm a histopathologist, and there's one thing we say: tissue diagnosis trumps all diagnosis, because that tells you the answer at the very cellular level. So, Dr. Israel is correct. Cysts, benign cysts, rarely ever become malignant, but you can only make a proper diagnosis of a cyst if it is taken out and it's examined under the microscope. Now, saying that, you don't have to always excise everything you see, because with radiology these days, there's a very high level of confidence when they say something is benign. And like you rightly said, if it becomes more symptomatic, it's growing bigger especially, then you have to get it re-examined, because at some point you might be sent to see a surgeon who will want this thing out, because it's when it comes out totally and it's examined under the microscope, that is when you can confidently say, this is a benign cyst, and we know many benign cysts will never, I know when I'm not supposed to use never, but will rarely become malignant. So, bottom line is, these things have to be monitored most times, but with radiology these days, to be fair, there's a high level of confidence when they do radiology and they say something is benign. And many times when they are not sure, they would advise that it's taken out so that we can be examined under the microscope by a pathologist or histopathologist. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for that introduction. Right, so you heard it from two different doctors now. So
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me chime in. Yeah,
Okay,
Dr.
I
Femi,
thought one is
exactly.
coming out now.
Yeah, but so sorry, right? You see, this thing you said exactly, it does make me feel uncomfortable as a medic, right? Because I've got some patients who've got like several benign cysts in the breast, especially boobs. And then the guidelines still say speak amashi, scan, ultrasound, regular monitoring, 6 months, 1 year. It just makes me uncomfortable. I'm just like, there was this particular patient that I had to push for. She's 62. Like, you can't keep, I know it's been, I'm not sure. You know, so I had to write back and forth. See, our people here, it was like, you know, it went like 3 weeks. Because, like you said, rightly, that's the only time we can say for sure. Yes, we do know about all this, you know, imaging and all of that. But you can imagine when someone has so many cysts and then so back, how many years are we going to monitor for? Like, for how many years? How long?
Okay, I think when it comes to the breast, you know, when you look at the UK, for example, and anywhere in the world generally, breast is a very, very emotive topic. Okay, so people tend to treat it differently. And the reasons are because we found cases where, like, okay, say, let me see, early last year, there was a 27-year-old surgical resident who just, they're expecting to find a fibrocystic change, which is essentially...
tẹ bá ti ń sọ ìbò ẹ máa wo àwọn words kan lórí TikTok ẹjọ kan máa gbé wá sílẹ̀ ẹ no àwọn words kan wà tẹ pé TikTok máa flag wa bá ṣe ń pe breast yẹn látàárọ̀ wọ́n máa lè lò bí i torí wèrè ní TikTok ẹ má bínú wọ́n máa rò bí àwọn so ẹ máa bá wa lo bí ẹ ṣàwá ẹ wá wẹ́ẹ̀dì tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ fi replace ẹ̀ ó yẹ kó ti yẹ yín ẹ ṣe sà.
mammary gland.
ẹ náà yàn èwo ni mammary gland ṣe ìgbà Yorùbá.
àbí bọ́ọ̀bì.
sọ pé kẹ pé òyìnbó tẹ̀ ẹ sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ kò dé èyí ẹ tí wọ́n ń pè dramatic.
Mammary gland níbo ẹ sọ kiri tẹ.
ẹni bọ́ọ̀bì ẹ mọ̀ nígbà. tó fẹ́ pé bọ́ọ̀bì ẹ pé bọ́ọ̀bì.
Okay. I don't even know what to say. It's just so funny.
Mrs. Young, èmi kan mo ti kọ̀rọ̀ láàrin o.
In fact.
Oh, okay. I actually like. Ade's gonna thank you. I actually like Omu is sweet. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, so I think the problem is this, right? Within the Omu, okay?
That's perfect.
There tends to be Okay, so I was saying that, okay, last year there was a 27-year-old, a surgical resident who came and, they were expecting within our OMO to find justice. And lo and behold, I think she pushed for a biopsy because she wasn't comfortable. And the radiologist was confident that it was benign. And I put under a microscope and it was cancer. So that is why when it comes to that part of the body, right, people become a bit touchy, and that's why even when we report these cases, we tend to send every breast case in the UK to the most disciplinary team meeting, because on many occasions things we expect to be benign. And in fact, there's another one, was actually a 16-year-old girl who was supposed to have a benign lump, which would have been what they expected to be a fibroadenoma. But the only reason why this girl pushed was because it was not aesthetically pleasing to her, and she just wanted it out. And it was grade 3 cancer. It was horrible. So I think, and then the argument is you can't always biopsy every time, because we know even at that with all these cases I've mentioned, they are rare. You still have to sort of monitor them with radiology, but then some people will slip through the net. They'll be unfortunate. The radiologist will tell you confidently this is benign, but then in a very little percentage of people, unfortunately, it will be malignant. So with that part of the body, it's really emotive, and it's the one that is likely to make the news. It's the one that makes the news the most.
That's correct.
And and then bringing it back home, I always say one thing to people: Black women tend to have the most aggressive breast cancers in that part of the body. And where do we have the largest number of Black women in the world? Nigeria. So going by that, most aggressive cancers of that area happens in Nigeria. And I've always been one that has pushed that screening program should not be the same like it's done in the West. It should start at 35 years old. But it's expensive, but we can still do these things, because I have worked doing a lot of pathology in this area. Trust me, it's very disheartening when you see the way some of these things go, even abroad, not to talk of a place like Nigeria where we don't have that healthcare system that is up to there yet. Well, there's the other positive about Nigeria, because we can't always say everything is negative in Nigeria. I think to an extent they do more mastectomies in Nigeria, which somehow helps the outcome better many times than the ones done abroad, because abroad they tend to do a lot of wide local excision, just cut the area, just because they don't want to take out the breast, take out the hormone, which is understandable. So yeah, so being a doctor and having to get them to do scans every time, I think you just have to bear with them, because it's not straightforward because of the potential pathology that you can get with these things.
Now, I get scared that what if they get lost to follow up? So though I've said something on my on our system,
I put a reminder
so it kind of automatically.
I put a reminder for myself so that
but Dr. Israel, I'm always scared, like, how do I log that?
Once you put a reminder, it's going to pop up when it's time to have a repeat ultrasound or anything. So I'm not really scared to follow up a patient. Once I've given you all the red flag symptoms and what you need to, because I always said that patients have rights, but you also have responsibilities as well. So once I tell you that these are things that you need to be on the lookout for, I'm going to do my part as a doctor. I'm going to put a reminder for myself. You can be rest assured that you're not on my own path. You're not going to get lost to follow up. I'm going to call you. In fact, most times, okay, can you put on? I got send the requisition out. So
she didn't know. We sent you reminders, we sent you texts, and they're saying, they want to 1 power jack,
No.
It's
so the thing is, maybe just to revert back to you, the lump we're talking about is in the cyst is in the upper arm. Is that correct? Is she gone now?
She's still there.
I'm not sure she's still there. I think
Can I just chime in quickly?
Sorry,
Sorry,
Mr. Sapira. Folami, are you there?
Yes,
Your first city, are you there?
Yeah, ma.
Okay, Mimi, are you there? Join me the box. Mimi, oh yeah, Mr. Stop. You are that. Oh yeah, Mr. Stop.
Okay. So I think someone just asked a question in the comment section. Should we push for radiology treatment? Should we push for radiology treatment then after biopsy?
I think that question is not clear.
Yeah, I think what the person is saying is that even after radiology has made a diagnosis, should they push for biopsy? It's not always the case because, like I said, with radiology these days and their equipment, with a high degree of certainty, they can always say something is benign, but you will still find patients who are very worried. So then at some point they might just have to manage the patient's expectations, or some patients will just push, and when they push, you have no excuse. You just have to sometimes do what they want, because that way we give the person assurance that okay, we've taken this thing out, it's gone to pathology, it's benign, and then the patient is fine. Then again, it's a combination of things, because at times the radiology might say benign, but there's a reason why the clinician sent away. The clinician might be worried that it's actually malignant. So when there's that discordance, it's always good to send away. Okay, this time radiology said A, the clinicians said B. Okay, we have to take this out and send to pathology. So that's also happened. Yeah, well, most times biopsy is very, very reassuring, but even then, there are times that we have what we call difficult cases, and at times when patients are waiting that, oh, my biopsy hasn't come back, trust me, your biopsy is gone from the UK to America to Australia to see one special pathologist somewhere, because we struggle with certain things at certain times too. We try to investigate as much as possible, but ultimately we should come up with a diagnosis, and then we send back to the surgeon, and hopefully there'll be treatment. At times cutting it out works, at times you come up with something, it might have already spread, or it might just be some of those benign things that behave in a sort of semi-aggressive way. It just depends. But once the biopsy come, we can always make a decision from there. And when people are not sure, we show ourselves a lot of biopsies. Like if I work in a hospital, for example, we have about 6 now. If anybody struggles with anything, 6 of us will stay around the microscope, decide what it is. If we're not happy, there's usually a specialist somewhere within the country or elsewhere that we can always send the biopsy to, and we'll try as much as possible to come up with an answer.
I think Elizabeth Moment is asking a question: is this biopsy then very reassuring?
No, in most cases it is, because if it's benign, then you will. So even at times, so when I write a histopathology report, what I do is there's a place for diagnosis, there's a place for my histology, and there's a place for comment. Now, the clinicians like the diagnosis, which is understandable. The histology is just for me to describe what I've seen, but I always try to put a comment. That comment is for the clinician and the patient to say, okay, I've picked up this thing. Be rest assured, it's benign, and you are fine. If I'm worried about it, or maybe they've cut it out, it's close to the margins, and these are one of those ones that can become malignant, I can ask the clinician to do what is called a wider excision, to take a bit more normal tissue out, just to be rest assured that everything is clear. So with a biopsy, and I think that's one of the things that happens in the problems we have in Nigeria. They are not the histopathologists in Nigeria, they don't get as much work. So what I find is when I work with them in Nigeria, their experience is not good enough. But what you find is when the same person comes to the UK, I totally trained, my histopathology was totally in the UK. But when the same Nigerian pathologists come to the UK, what you find is they are as good as us in the UK. Immediately you start teaching them. But what they don't have in Nigeria is the volume, because people don't understand the importance of doing biopsies or examining things under the microscope. which is something I would always push for, because tissue diagnosis trumps all diagnosis. It essentially tells you what the problem is.
Okay. One more question, please. If you have your mammogram results, and for most black women, it's always written as heterogeneously dense. But they will say, okay, no malignant cells, but the breast is heterogeneously dense. Can you tell us more about it?
It just essentially means that the person has a dense breast tissue. Once they said there is no malignancy, meaning that they didn't see any cancer appearing or cancer looking, any lesion look like cancer. So women, if you, let me use the word omu, so that at least, yeah. So you realize that, omu in different women has different densities. So if you feel it, you see that it's not the same for everybody. So some people have dense omu. So when they look at that,
is it the tissue or something?
No. Density, where tissue are more compact.
Okay. Yes,
So the other thing I would chime in about dense breast tissue is the fact that in recent times, right, it's unfortunately for some patients, they've said dense breast tissue, no malignant cells, and then this density doesn't go away. They take a biopsy, it becomes cancer, unfortunately, because...
Yeah, but, sorry, Mr. Stopiro, so that the whole point of all this discussion is, one, to create awareness amongst our people, and also because before I came up, a lot of people were scared. You understand, to say, well, because there were no clear.
I understand. I'm not trying to scare. I'm not trying to scare
so
people.
So the thing is this. Well, sorry. Let me just quickly say this. It's essentially we want to look at it's more of the rules than the exceptions. Don't get me wrong. Doctors are not magicians, and I said this earlier on. We get it wrong sometimes. So don't take everything that we say here like, oh no, because so person has said this, that's it. So you must, when you're not satisfied, I've said it earlier on, 6 second, third, fourth opinion. Even if you hear it from me or someone else on this platform, you're not happy with what you heard, talk to another person, talk to another doctor, you get it. But the point is, when we look at, because I will go to work tomorrow, and I'm looking at what the standard care is. Standard of care, kilute. So if I see a patient like this with dense omu tissue, what would I do? Would I send this patient for biopsy? Remember, biopsy is an invasive procedure, because we're saying it, most people don't know what it is. They're going to stick a needle through the omu. So they look at the tissue cells, what's it called? The tissue, they take a sample, they
Sorry, the reason why I mentioned that is because when they've said dense, right? Sorry to cut in. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but there's usually a next radiology step, which many times we assure you, like if you now go and do something like 3D mammography, okay, or you get even a more senior person to maybe look at the radiology again and all that, and assure you understand, biopsy is always sort of the very last step. You need to try a bit of, like you said, it's invasive. You need to try a bit of non-invasive things, which essentially means not sticking anything into anybody. So I'm trying to sort of reduce the medical terms now.
What's that? After the first mammogram result, not to so we dance at the Bawa Shalaye dancing in Yoruba, because someone wrote it in the comment section. We Kashalaye. To read dancing, but like Dr. Israel said, one rara, so kidney dance, kilo. What that for? Kilo de ko football.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí èmi obìnrin ṣàlàyé fún yín.
Okay, exactly. Mi ò lọ mú so.
àwọn ọkùnrin kò ní ẹni wọn máa máa kọ́ wọn lẹ́nu díẹ̀díẹ̀ ṣé mo pé ṣé ọ̀gẹ́ ní nígbà tá a lọ sí ọ̀rọ̀ ṣé ọ̀gẹ́ ọ̀nà ọ̀gẹ́ kò mú àfúlábì rẹ̀ kí tó àtẹ̀ ṣe rọ̀ ó ṣe pẹ̀tẹ̀pẹ̀tẹ̀ ó ràn ọ̀gọ́ tó mú yẹn tíìk ètò tíìk yẹn tó ẹni kókó tó ní kókó tó kí ẹgbẹ́ tó tóbi tó kí sára ẹ̀wọ̀n tó yẹ kí tó kí yẹn ló ń pè ní dẹ́ms ṣé ti yé náà kò yẹ kó kún ìṣe ẹ mọ̀ pé kíkún yẹ pé size lẹ́ńsọ̀ yẹn tí wọ́n bá bù tó kí lọ́wọ́ iye gógó ni iye lọ́gbìn density.
Ìgbà tó wá sọ heterogeneously.
And again, the thing is, it's normal. It's a variation of normal. It's normal. Dense breast is normal. Okay, it's not a disease.
The word heterogeneously, because one so homogeneously, that means it's not uniform. So the heterogeneously,
exactly.
We are concerned, but why is it? Shall one kere, shall one medium, shall one football? You get.
I would actually, in the breast, I would actually be worried if it's homogeneous. So, yeah.
Especially Sherry, the back too close, that's what we call the accelerator. If you be tiki to the hair, it should be. Getting feel it exactly.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
God bless you, doctors and everybody. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Right. I think that's all the questions. Maybe the host can take over now.
I thank you, my fellow colleagues, for coming. Dr. Israel, this is my zone. This is where I have.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
This is my alter ego on TikTok. Yeah.
Nice. It's good to know.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I'm also later. I'll show you.
No worries.
All right, cheers.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
I appreciate.
Adenoma is different to me.
Mr. Luigi has a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, can I ask one question? Is it possible, yeah, to enter PCSA, yeah? I mean, I'm talking a black man under the age of 45 now. A black man under the age of 45. Is it possible? Correctly, only PSA 2 are okay. But what they need prostate cancer at the same time? Is it possible? Please, go ahead.
Do you want to take that, the doc, Mr. Pero?
Yeah, it's very possible. Like you've said it, Dr. Israel, never say never. So it's very possible.
Yeah, it's very possible. As a matter of fact, the PSA is not a very good tool. Although we use it, but sometimes we've seen cases where the PSA is normal and the patient still ends up with what's it called? Prostate cancer.
Prostate.
Yeah,
like you said, it depends on the part of the prostate who are enlarged or who are affected. And some other parts, you don't have so much elevation of the PSA. So, maybe any possible. I saw a case like that. In fact, I think it was just the myeloma lily. Only myeloma to a prostate issue. So I don't know, was it the CRP that alerted me? There was just something that was off. I think it was a CRP shot.
Confession, me, my PSA has always been normal. Yeah?
And no, ma, mi ò tí sọ̀rọ̀, mo ń fẹ́ kàn ṣe tán. Okay, papi, tẹ́ bá ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ can't say you're sorry. Your mental one.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry if we will cut anybody off. In my case, I'm me, 60-year-old man. Okay, I have PSA reading since.
Jẹ́jẹ́ ká pa WhatsApp láti 3 hours, 4 hours, 1 round 44.
Ṣé mo lè sọ̀rọ̀ nsìn? saying, Sha.
Yeah, my sorrow.
Okay. This is what I'm saying. In my case, yeah, this was 5 years ago. I mean, I'm 66 years old now. I'm 66. But when I was less than 66 years old, of course, money like prostate because I'm old. Money like prostate. But then, they did not find anything. But out of nowhere, they said, my doctor now called me and said, your patient is good, but we are worried about the symptoms you have. Understand? Now, more she biopsy, killing me. One thing, who likely, not was who are confirmed. Let's get that right. Who likely he might develop prostate cancer. But she will fair treated, but I was sure because what I only who likely me prostate cancer, but they're not sure. Even biopsy, this is what the oncologist told me. He said,
Did you have an MRI done, a prostate MRI?
No. Only a PSA and a biopsy. And then, I'm a physicist, yeah? And then they say, you have the cesium seed implant in your prostate. I say, no, then a senior doctor, I think this guy's about 60 or 70 years old, said, no, don't worry. And then I said, no, I don't care. The only thing I have to do is keep away from pregnant women, keep away from kids, because somebody flu and cesium is my field. Somebody flu and cesium can't stay around kids or bring about during. I said, go ahead with this. At the last minute, I'm going to for me. There's no need. I was already on the operation table. No need. Actually, I doctor I'm the guy. About me so. And this is in the UK in most of you, because you're in Nigeria, UK in most of. Me only so couple. From controversy for me. Actually, doctor about me so. Thank you.
Man, it's difficult for me to, because I would have loved to see what is written in the biopsy report. And yeah, I would want, because most times, don't forget that when they do prostate biopsy, I mean the prostate is the tissue they take. When they take this tissue, it's just very small. We call them cores. They take them very, very little. You can always miss what the target. So they have a target point, and the best way to actually target them and see where the problem is by doing an MRI of the prostate. That is the most sensitive radiology examination. So it's very difficult for me to comment, because the thing about prostate cancer is that, we grade them, okay? There's a way we grade them that if, for example, someone tells you have 3 plus 3 now, they will just say monitor. If you have 3 plus 4 and the 4 has some components that are not so bad, they will still say monitor. If you have 4 plus 3, it is time to make a decision on what to do. But if it's 3 plus 3, because the truth of the matter with prostate cancer is that there is a saying that most men will not die of prostate cancer, but will die with prostate cancer. So in postmortem, we find out that, an average person over the age of 85, when you do postmortem and they die, you do postmortem, at least 50% of the people on your postmortem table will have prostate cancer, but that's not what killed them. So in many times it's very slow growing, indolent, doesn't really do anything. But then this is cancer that can decide to just go aggressive and do whatever it wants. So even at that, that's one of the reasons why PSA might even be low or normal, because there are some cancers that will not just allow the PSA to secrete, so you won't even pick it up. Meanwhile, the cancer is very aggressive, but it's still the simplest test you can start with. So that's why until something else comes along, we will continue using PSA. So yeah, so I wish if I could see what they wrote in the biopsy report, then I will be able to speak further.
Yeah, I'll send to you. I won't lie, I'll send to you. But what I'm saying is,
yeah, that's fine.
But what the doctor said to me is, there's nothing going to go wrong with you. You still have to, if you want children, you still have children. That's what he said. So is that true? Or am I just being crazy? I'm sorry.
Zoology. She's a baby mo. Happy.
No, I'm
Ẹ jẹ́ káwọn ọkùnrin dá yín lóhùn.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, papi ẹ bá mi hold on. Ayo, can you speak please?
Okay, good evening.
Go ahead.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity.
You can use my box, ma'am.
Me, fellow àwọn box àwọn doctors to run manage advice. Oh yeah, go ahead, sis.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm always constipated and sometimes I can go like 2 days without going to the restroom. Yes. So I actually want to know why that's happening. I went to see my primary doctor, but what they are just telling me is to use Miralax, is it Miralax or something? So, and it's not actually working for me.
Miralax?
So yes, Miralax. For me. So I'm always concerned about it because I always see people going to the toilet even every day, and I would be like, what is happening to me? So please, can you shed more light to that? Thank you so much.
Doctor November, we got a question.
So, Muti answered a question earlier. So, Cherry, what we're worried about, if it's just like the fact that you've always been constipated and you want like a symptomatic treatment, a lot of options were. Don't try laxative can still they can move to the other one. Other than that, there are a few things that you on your own can do. We've extensively talked about, increasing fiber intake, can you move around, can you move me, all those sort of things. Those things, they help. But we become worried about things like constipation to the recent concept. Take for instance, since they've known themselves every 2 days, no, that's not a problem. Yeah. But if there is a recent bowel change, then we need to start asking questions. So, two aspects. You've always known yourself to be like that, and you're just looking for treatment, lots of relief. Constipation is not something very pleasant to sit with. So help with treatment. We have the laxatives staying on the low. Doctor,
you can move to no. Nígbà tí mo wà Nàìjíríà tí bá ti lọ convention máa lu flagyl so ló máa bá mi dín ìgbẹ́.
I hope you stop taking flagyl.
No, that was in Nigeria back then.
Yeah, Mama lo àwọn kùnbá yẹn.
Mọ̀ pé àwọn tọ́ílẹ̀tì wọn bẹ̀ yẹn kò dáa so kéèyàn má tẹ̀ lọ máa yàgbẹ́ kiri àwọn kọ́ wọn lọ kó fẹ́.
Because there is the malaria typhoid pandemic in Nigeria. Malaria typhoid. That thing makes me laugh every time.
So, if it is just we are looking for symptom relief, then we can go to town as to what you can try, both in terms of medication or even self-management, nearly, or home remedies, as we put it sometimes. But Tobayakbe is recent onset. Tobayakbe, Buya, Otushesha, Shele, Today Yatosi, B, Arashi, Ritele, then that needs to be investigated. The doctor needs to sit with you, examine, possibly investigate, and
Dr. Israel, that my daughter, that's him below re doctor. that was because what Oluji wrote is what he said. He said it's a brain issue, not like because me I was so worried. Tepe ibi tó wà constipated tó bá fẹ́ yàgbẹ́ kí n lo Miralax fún gbogbo iṣẹ́ kí ni mo máa ń lo Enigma mo máa kí pọ́ǹpù bọ ìdí ẹ̀ báyìí kó tó Enigma àbí kí lẹ́ ń pè abẹ́ nọ́mbà bí ẹ̀.
That's a response to stress.
It's not for me, it's for my child. That's for my child.
I know. It's because
stress we don't go through.
No, stress. Wait, just wait. When you take vacation, even me, when I stay in a hotel, let's say, meeting, Moshe Delati, Moshe Land, Australia, near Australia for 3 days in Yabara, because it's a very, very strange environment to me. But I really believe, Judge Modele in UK, like, no crazy. So, there are times when it's stress due to change of environment. So, I have to live there.
Èmi wà mọ̀ bọ̀ kíní ẹni mọ̀ ó máa tó máa le báyìí tó bá ti lo kíní yẹn.
Mrs. Young, she won't say anything like irritable bowel syndrome as a diagnosis.
No. In fact, ó ṣe test gan. Òun kan ló fi ṣe CT. She even had a CT scan.
Yes, symptomatic kidney. Yeah, so it's a diagnosis.
Yeah, that's what she did. She had the CT scan.
Talking about your ring. So because of the communication, also, because sometimes in IBS you have that depend. Only the communication type IBS, Loni. So you have to keep a food diary. And then, tend to avoid it. Really, IBS is just more like symptomatic avoidance
slight pants.
That's an overflow.
Overflowing continence. Yeah, constipation.
How old
He's 13.
No, it's very unlikely to be anything serious. It's very unlikely. Sherry, a lot of things the man cause carrying who are constipated. Some of them we've talked about earlier on. They can sometimes ignore the urge to go to the bathroom.
Still withholding. Still withholding because me only there because of pain and me because of gadgets.
Exactly.
Gadgets. For 2 days.
Because being don't share one feel it, and constipation, sometimes they can only cause a sort of vicious cycle. So you get constipated, then because who are difficult for a lot to law, they don't go. Or my best in my backup. Then they are still not going. Only they are painful because of that pain. They will keep holding the stool, and that will lead to more constipation, over constipation, and eventually it becomes a big issue. So a lot of things. I think only it's about to notice people gadgets won't prevent a lot of law. You need to control her use of gadgets then. Because simple things like that may just be one you need.
So you're gonna be fine, all right?
So some other things so man lead to constipation. Take for instance, someone low opioids, all different pain medication don't need codeine, that can cause you to have constipation. Even some supplements like iron supplements. And when mama low iron supplements, on my phone constipation. Some medications that we prescribe also. But beyond that, our conditions don't know. We are being thinking about low thyroid. That's why a doctor needs to sit with you underactive thyroid.
Money does hard water, cause it won't hard water, you will know.
If you don't drink enough water, you can get constipated.
Does hard water?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't get hard water.
Don't me conga funny.
Funny enough, funny enough, hard water is not the precaution. The precaution is because the tea is hard water, they are not consuming enough water. That's what I say.
Ewo tún na ipota egbe ye eyin doctor ye gba àwọn grammar ta mo wa bi bayi o.
Yeah. So it that's why Tertiary is not to confuse anybody.
So you mean
Sorry, hypothyroidism. Hypothyroid. Mo tẹ èmi tẹ ṣe máa sá kúrò fún yẹn jọ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tẹ̀ pé àyà mi ti ń já báyìí.
So no. The whole point is.
Nǹkan tí mi fi like ẹ wo doctor ẹ má bínú. Nǹkan tí mi fi like máa lọ hospital ni mi ò like kí ọ máa bá ìjẹ́ pàláwọ̀. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ní South Africa? Ṣé Mexico lẹ wà ní?
Ṣé ló náà lọ wá?
Spanish lẹ ń sọ ni.
New York ẹ ti wọ pendant tèmi ti dé mora chain mi.
Mo wọ lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì lẹ́nu ewu.
Déètì ní sẹ́. Sorry guys, I want to know you continue.
Lazo ẹgbẹ́ yé pé àwọn orúkọ tẹ̀ ń pè.
So the point is this. Whatever symptom they are badly needs to be first assessed. Whether Lori doctor one or two questions, examine, it has to be first and foremost assessed. That's the only way to actually not on TikTok, not by ChatGPT or Google. Just because if you go down that rabbit hole, you are more confused and get more scared. The whole point of this is one, to create awareness, to educate.
ChatGPT má ṣe dá, ó má ṣe fún wa lọ́kàn balẹ̀. Google yẹn ni ò dá. Níjọ́ kan tí mo ní orí ń fọ́ mi ẹsẹ̀ ló bá gbé cancer ló ń gbórí ṣe.
Google lè pààyàn kíkú tó dé. Doki, in your experience as a medical doctor, yeah?
Mr. Oluji, ẹ má bínú kẹ́ tó sọ̀rọ̀ ẹjọ́, ẹ má bínú.
Go on.
Ọmọ ní ṣe wà ń bẹ̀. Dẹ́nàntí ayọ̀ mú bá yá bọ́ọ̀sì yín. Ọmọ ní ṣe wà.
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to get. Can you hear me?
Ṣé dókítà lẹ́yìn náà?
No, I'm a nurse.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly well, my sister.
Okay, let me use the restroom. I have a lot of questions and situation. That's why I'm calling back.
Okay.
Because I know we spoke to
I have to go to work tomorrow morning, so
I'm sorry.
Nice.
I'll be real quick, please.
Okay.
I'm really sorry. I know this is free and you're just helping people out. I really appreciate you. I'm saying I appreciate you as well. If you don't mind, I'd like to slide into your DM later.
Yeah. So how is it? Is it about that your relative?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Say it so my colleagues can hear.
Okay. For history, this we don't have any history of cancer in the family, so this is really throwing us off for a loop. I want to know why and how we can follow up. So we did a CT scan, like I said. The CT scan with no biopsy, it says that they found a mass in the left liver. So the mass is in the left liver, right liver is okay, and they found some masses in the spleen and left kidney, sorry. Left kidney, right kidney is okay, spleen and liver found some masses. Remember the last time we talked here, people were saying don't do biopsy, don't do. So we have not done biopsy because we were thinking, should we do it, should we not do it? They finally did it yesterday.
Sorry, quick one. How old is this person, please?
Sorry, no one said you shouldn't do biopsy. Who said we shouldn't do biopsy?
Remember there was a debate, if you remember, where people
No, we debunked it. That man here we debunked. I got the article. I read it out. We debunked it.
Oh, you did? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How old is the man?
She's a female. She's 65.
Oh, 65. Okay, only 65. She's a good doctor. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, she's 65, and so no history. Though there's a history of drinking, there's a history of no history of smoking. Like I said, no history of cancer in the family. So it was like we thought it was PUD. Remember, they said she had we were treating PUD for months. Months PUD, peptic ulcer, thinking it was that. Went to the hospital. And the hospital saw H. pylori, the private hospital she uses. Up until one day I just called and saw the way she was looking. No, just take her to the general hospital. I thought it was the Federal General Hospital last time I called. I spoke to you, you guys here, but I later found that it was last suit. I didn't know it was not the same thing, or it is the same. So it was last suit. I know they were saying take her to one stage like that. When 2 days ago, but they couldn't move her because the family is like, let them even do biopsy, let's even know. Because without the biopsy, I know Stopira was talking about tests and all that, but the doctor specifically said she has cancer. Even without them doing biopsy and just the CT scan that he saw. Now, I need help with, first off, the biopsy is going to take 10 days, and we don't know how, like, it's ridiculous why biopsies, we need to wait for 10 days for us to even get to know, what the staging is, if it's really cancerous, though they said it was cancerous. They did since it's kind of long, they found some fluid in there. Now, nobody is, it's like they're just waiting for the biopsy, and we don't know what to do to stabilize it, like, strength-wise. For her to even get her strength, she can travel anywhere. She can even go to Canada. Like she has visas to go to Canada. And we were thinking, okay, her son had to travel down yesterday, so he can be there in case we need to move her back here because she was just on holiday when all of this happened in Nigeria. So I need help with if we're going to do Canada. She doesn't have insurance. What do we need to do to make sure she gets whatever help she will get in Canada? What's the process? Because my brother also doesn't know anything about medical whatever in Canada. He has insurance with his family, but he's so oblivious, doesn't know what to do with that in case that happens. I did the holistic route. I don't know if you guys believe in that or not, because I've just been trying to. I'm the oldest. Like I've just been trying to see, like, what do we do holistic wise? I don't know if you guys know about Dr. Sebi or spoke. They said don't eat dairy, don't eat what's it called? Don't eat meat. It kills it off, it starts it off. Don't do so. We're trying to not do that. So we're just doing vegetables for her, even though she can barely eat. Do soups, do fruits, some fruits.
Sorry, Obanimi, are you there?
So,
yes.
Okay, can you mute, please?
So we're trying to do all of that to starve. They said to do to starve with cancer or whatnot. But I don't know, according to your history. So there are many questions, but please just bear with me. You can answer as I. So, cancer-wise, according to what you guys know, what do we really need to starve her of meats and dairy? Like, am I doing the right thing with telling them to just cut all of that off and just put on vegetables and fruits? The other question also is, even with the CT scan that is said, and though we're waiting on the biopsy, do I still need, I feel like maybe we need a second opinion, though, because we haven't told her, so she doesn't know, she just knows that, something is wrong with the biopsy. We're just trying to, that is cancer is just blowing my mind because it's just random. It's just so random, and she's still so young. So, that's what I'm asking with it.
All right. Dr. Stopera, do you want to take that?
I think the bottom line is just the diagnosis. Yeah, it's still the diagnosis. We need to know what kind of cancer it is, because if they said the fear really is if it's in the liver, it's in the spleen, and the person is having fluid in the lungs, the prayer should be it does not spread. And when they will decide where they want to take the biopsy from, okay, most likely the liver, and with
Yes,
liver.
I mean, it's from the kidney, I think.
Okay, so
I think it's from the kidney.
Yeah, because that's where they said they found the mass. Most of the mass, it has the major mass. So I'm thinking, well, like I said the last time, nobody is talking to us. We've not even spoken to the doctor yet. This is just second-hand information.
So, I mean, this is from my own experience. If the mass is in the kidney, right, and there are lesions in the liver and the spleen, the most likelihood, I mean, it's not 100% now, just me speaking by experience. The likelihood is that if it's cancer, then it's in the kidney and it has spread to the liver and the spleen.
We have most likely now.
Pardon?
And there's also pleural effusion.
Exactly. So the likelihood it has spread. Yeah, and it's most likely a renal cell carcinoma. And unfortunately, with renal cell carcinomas, you can find them anywhere in the body. When they metastasize, they go anywhere. So, but you still have to wait for what the biopsy says, because if the biopsy shows it's renal cells, you can always pick up renal cells. They look very distinct under the microscope. So even when you find them anywhere else in the body, you will always know 9 out of 10 times that this is renal cell carcinoma. So if it's renal cell carcinoma, and yeah, so if they've taken the biopsy from the kidney, yeah, the chance that it's spread to the liver, if there are multiple nodules, like it said on radiology, but we still need to know. And then the thing about renal cell carcinoma is that it's always graded. So they will have to grade it to see how aggressive it is, then they will decide what to do from that point. So we still have to wait for the biopsy, and then they will stage. The radiologists will have to stage, and then the clinicians will have to come up with a management strategy.
Yeah, history-wise, I know you guys, I mean, I'm not taking anything to heart. It's just so you can just speak. I'm not going to say you guys said this or not, so please, I'm just trying to get an idea. So history-wise, what do you think happens when someone has those kind of like a renal, and you think it comes back positive and they say it's stage what? Like, what's the next thing that usually happens history-wise?
So the best people to talk to now, I wish there was an oncologist here. So for me, my own is just to say, this is what it is as a histopathologist, how aggressive it is, and if for example, they examine the thing in the kidney and it looks like an aggressive one, the chances are that it's spread. Okay, so now I will write a report to say this is what it is, and then the clinician, most likely the oncologist, will take over from there. So I don't treat, but I can always advise, always make a diagnosis and say what it is. But based on you just saying the mass is in the kidney and it's gone, and there are things in the liver and the spleen, the chances are that it's renal cell carcinoma. I'm just saying it based on experience, but we still have to wait for what the biopsy says, the biopsy diagnosis says.
So, like Dr. Stapiro said, is the biopsy is what gives us the firm diagnosis. So even though the CT is sort of pointing us in that direction to say we're most likely dealing with a cancer, based on those lesions found in the liver, the spleen, the pleural effusion. So, but we need the biopsy result. So when the biopsy result comes back and says, well, indeed we're dealing with a cancer, then obviously staging comes in. They stage the cancer to say, well, are we dealing with a stage 3, stage 4 cancer? And on the basis of that staging, then the oncologist can then advise what the best treatment options will be. So I would think, if we're already having lesions everywhere else, apart from the primary cancer site, they will probably be looking at some sort of, maybe they want to look at chemotherapy or chemoradiation, whatever they choose to do in that regard. But an oncologist is the best to advise in that regard. You also made a point about they saying they should cut off meat and all this sort of. I don't know The scientific basis for that, really. If it is a case of sometimes people they are so sick they are not able to sort of tolerate certain meals, maybe solid food and all of that, then we can look for alternatives in terms of maybe what's it called? Some
oral nutritional supplements.
Oral, exactly. Those sort of things, but there's really no scientific backing as to cut off meat. It's not going to treat the cancer. You understand what I mean? So, if anything, she needs all of the nutrients that she can get. So if she's still able to tolerate orally, and there is no risk of, obviously, no risk of choking, then I would advise that she should still take her meals as normal. I think the third point he also raised about the costs of treatment in Canada, for instance. I don't think it's going to be very expensive, to be honest.
I thought he said it's free. Like, my brother is
Somali child.
So
is she PR?
No, but her son is.
No, that doesn't cover.
It's not transferable.
Yeah. Take for instance, I don't know, are you in Canada?
I'm in the US.
You're in the US, okay. So, right, so in Canada, for instance, depending on what province is the son?
Calgary.
Calgary, so that's Alberta. So, Tammy will be able to shed more
Yeah,
light
that's
on.
what I said, Tammy.
So Malaysia, the problem is going to be because she can't get the PR coverage. She can get like access to primary healthcare, as a visitor. But if she has to seek oncologist or just something that will go into secondary care, she does need coverage, and it's very costly. Okay, I recall a colleague of mine just angiograph was like 3,000 Canadian just for angiography. And at the time, so Israel, what happened with my mom? She had a cardiac tumor, so flew out to India. And at the time in India, each one cost me 800 USD, and then here was the 3,000 CAD. So it's really costly in Canada. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Now, Malaysia, I know. I can understand that this time is difficult for you. You have a lot of thoughts coming through your head, but I'm gonna tell you. You see all of that. You shouldn't eat whatever. All those things, they do not work. Okay, they don't work. Just get them
I have
out.
an uncle that he works for. That's why.
Okay, stage 4.
I'm in the medical field too. Yeah, stage 4. That's why.
Yeah. If you've seen, yeah, okay, yeah, then go ahead with that. If you say that it worked, let's see how it goes. I really wish her the best.
Yeah, he was stage 4 and he worked for him with the doctors, everything. But I'm trying to, because I'm not the only family member, right? They are also looking at the Canada route, and nobody. So we're trying to get any information we can get.
The fitness to travel, the fitness to fly will be an issue. How is she clinically? Is she strong? Is she still eating? How does she?
She's not. So they said to ask, like, maybe there's a way in Canada you can do fitting, or they can get like. So that's why I was trying to talk to someone.
No, they were not going to bend the rules because now they have designated doctors that have to certify that patient fit to fly. So there has to be a place that you go to in Lagos or Abuja, like a designated clinic. Yeah. So it's in that clinic, then they will now send like a report to they have another doctor in Canada that will now certify. So it has to be a designated person. So it's not going to be like, it's not something you can, the process is quite long. Yeah. So without fitness to fly. So that's just what and that was one thing that happened with Ogogo when they were saying that. I said, no one's going to certify him fit to fly because if anything happens, that person's license. Yeah. Do you understand? So what I'm going to say,
you can't go into the hospital and pay later. Like, you have to pay upfront.
No, so because this case has to be, it can't. It's not primary care; it's secondary care. She has to be in hospital. Do you understand? So with that, she does need money. insurance. Is she covered by insurance? So the government won't cover. The government won't cover, and it's costly, and I mean very costly. Talking about probably like you'd be raking in 6,000, 7,000, almost.
It's going to be far more than that.
I'm just cutting it back. I'm just
Yeah. No. Just so you know, the whole point is also to manage expectations. If you understand what I mean. So, sorry to call you, Tenny. So the point is this: for cancer treatment, I mean, it's very, very expensive. To be honest, I know of somebody, but this is obviously this is in the U.S. who is a Canadian permanent resident. Another thing you need to be aware of, just before I forget.
They didn't want her to go to the hospital. I'm sorry, some people.
Right. So another thing, just so you're aware of that, is that the wait time in Canada also can be a little bit of a challenge. I know that may not necessarily apply to all cases, and particularly cancer, but I said that to say there was a Canadian permanent resident who unfortunately was diagnosed with stage 3 colorectal cancer, and he fell, because of the notorious long wait time in Canada. If you could go to the US for treatment, when they told him the cost, it was running into hundreds of thousands of USD. You understand? So I know we're not talking about the US here, but I would think that even for Canada, it's not going to be too different in terms of cost, really, to be honest. So just so you're aware of the cost, the enormity of money that goes into this. He's going to be seeing top tier oncologists in Canada, and obviously they also want to be paid for their services. One, there's going to be hospital stay. Government needs to be paid for that, because they won't agree to use taxpayers' money to cover that cost. And thirdly, the cost of medication and also treatment. So those are the things we need to factor in, really. So I know it's a very tough situation for you right now, but if they are, you need to be aware of the cost, really. That's one thing I would say. Even if we get someone to certify her to say she can fly down to Canada, or have an oncologist here to take over the care, but these guys need to be paid.
Yeah, I get that, but if that's a possibility, then we'll take that. So you guys can't really tell me what the maternal rate is like for someone that's had that kind of situation. If there's a possibility, like 50% chance, or I know everybody's off, but I don't know. I've never heard of this kind of.
First and foremost, this cancer has not been staged, so they need to stage it. We need to know what stage of cancer we're dealing with. So for anybody to just on top of their head say the prognosis is this, I mean, you would just be like somebody's just trying to pull off something from their hats. There's no scientific basis for such conclusions, really. We need to know what stage. My guess at this point is we're dealing with maybe stage 3, stage 4 cancer. I don't know for sure, but certainly if we're seeing spread to the liver, to the spleen, pleural effusion, my guess is that we probably are dealing with a stage, at least a stage 3, if not a stage 4 cancer, really. And really, if we're talking about stage 4 cancer, renal cell carcinoma, usually we want to look at the survival rate between, usually they'll say 5-year survival rate. That's how they look at the prognosis. And to be honest, it's not very high. It's not very high. You'll be lucky if you can get some people who
Yeah, so Omalichi, what's delaying the biopsy then?
They said 10 days before it will come out. I don't know if that's normal. They said
What did they say? What?
They said the result takes 10 days for it to be released.
Dr. Femi, does it usually take that long in the UK? No, I don't think it took that long though.
Right. It doesn't take that long. I don't know why.
Where's the biopsy being done?
Last week.
Yeah, well, it should not take that long to be honest, but 10 days in Nigeria is still very good, trust me.
That's too much. Okay, go ahead.
No, because don't forget that when the biopsy comes in, okay, let's put it this way. So you take biopsy today, right? It gets to the lab. It just doesn't go on the microscope immediately. It goes first into the lab, where it's transferred, it's processed. It gets to the table usually you get to the table on depending. So if you've had a weekend now, say weekend is not there, it should get to my table on say the second or third day. So if I look at it, and don't forget that will not be the only case I'm looking at. There might be multiple cancers on my table. And yeah, so if it was in the UK, 5 days, max 6 days, but so in Nigeria 10 days is actually pretty good.
Okay. Jesus.
Yeah, if that's the thing. And again, if at times someone said biopsy took 6 weeks in the UK, there are many reasons for that. I might see it and send it away to somebody else because what I have is something tricky. So, and at times, while people are waiting for biopsies, like I said, your biopsies have left the UK to America. Biopsies have left America to the UK. So all these things, people don't see that work you do in between. So that's why some biopsies can take a long time. And some even take months because you just want to come up with the right answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So,
or if it's renal cell carcinoma, it's pretty straightforward to diagnose, to be fair. Especially if it's the clear cell type, which is the commonest type. It's pretty straightforward to diagnose.
So is it hereditary then, since she's had it, like, does it trickle down, or, like I said, she's the first person that's had cancer in the family?
I mean, there's always, for all cancers, there's always that genetic component. Not all the time. Yeah, but cancer is one condition or disease where there is interaction between genetics and environment. By that I mean, we talked about things like lifestyle and all that, certain things that could potentially put you at increased risk of it. So there's always that small genetic component of any cancer, but it doesn't always mean that because she's had it, then someone else in the family would have it. No, it doesn't always say that, really. But again, I don't know if Superior or Tim.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you totally.
Yeah. So what I'm looking at the Canadian Society, Kidney Societies, if it was stage 1, renal cell cancer is one of those good ones, like very good survival rate up to 90%. But that reduces very fast once it gets to stage 3. And it goes down to as low as 8% at stage 4. So that's why Amaliche, you can see that I've been a bit quiet about it because, yes, it is a tough one, like Dr. Yuti said in the comments, It is a tough one. So and then going back to that research that gentleman brought up, it was about this delay. You can see this delay period. So that's what they were saying, right? So they were looking at, okay, what's the, like this essence of biopsy vis-a-vis the delay to have surgery when needed, period, when it comes to staging. But in her case, obviously, they're not going to do surgery because everything is, she's had metastasis, So, yes. No one's going to put it on the table. Never. Okay. So, The only thing now is we have to wait for them to decide chemo, what kind of chemo can she tolerate, that what her kidneys showing, what her liver function showing. Okay, especially now that she's called liver meds, so they want to look at that, and then do they want to do adjunctive therapy? You know, do they want to do radio, therapy, any other thing like that? You know, but yeah, it is a tough one, and well, you just have to wait and see.
Yeah. Amy, I'm gonna send you a DM, please. I know you're private. I'll send you a DM. So thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Let me go back.
No problem.
Go back to work.
All right, take care.
Yeah.
Right, I need to go to bed, please. I work in the morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
I have a question.
Thanks for coming.
I have a question for the house.
Just a quick one, Timothy. And we were talking about pains, painkillers, things like that. And I actually put out that question: does lansoprazole has any effect about your bowel or constipation?
For some people, I think Dr. Yates even talked about it the last. You see, when you start taking PPIs, right? I don't really like it because it masks a lot of things, right? Okay. To start, I think for me, constipation is even the least. But yes, it does cause that in some patients. Now the problem is that you lose all your acid. There's a lot of other things. It could be masking a lot of other things. Someone could be having gastric cancer, and then you're just giving them PPIs back to back. And that's been most of what's happened. And that's why Dr. Yeti said, in that case, if you've not scoped, don't feel comfortable just leaving a patient on PPIs for a long time. Mr. Larry, that's the thing. At that age, at your age, meaning, except probably you've had a scope. There about any scope, I don't think it's safe for you to come out lolo. And also, you know that sometimes it does kill the good flora. You know, sometimes the good bacteria in the gut, you know. So that's one. And then there's been a link, you know, with the prolonged use with osteoporosis, especially in women, postmenopausal women, because of the lack of estrogen once you get to that age. And then you're taking PPIs, because sometimes it does affect absorption. And so, in your case, there about tissue scope, there tissue upper GI scope. I don't go safe like intractable lulobe. So if you stop, you know, like the different countries have different guidelines. Here in Canada, sometimes they'll be like, okay, use up to 1 year and challenge and must stop it. Get over your symptoms in Canada. Symptoms in back, I'm going to refer you for a scope. Should you go here, come on, lulobe, there tissue scope. Should you?
Thank you so much.
Our gastroenterologist is Dr. Iti. Dr. Iti Bopello, PPI, on my resting.
Yeah, I have a question for the house. And yeah, I'm a pastor, and some of my members who lives maybe outside the country, they practice LDR, long distance relationship. So as a result of this, some of them do travel a lot without having intercourse for a while, maybe 6 months, 8 months, sometimes 2 years with their woman because of the distance. So the question now is, does this abstinence, maybe voluntary or involuntary abstinence from sex, could it lead to prostate cancer?
Well, I mean, that's it's a tricky question, actually, to be honest. I mean, so one thing is this. I mean, I've come across a literature that says that, I mean, on the average, a man should ejaculate for about maybe 22 times a month. But really, it's tricky to say. But like we've mentioned earlier on, with cancer, a lot of things even though we have very profound knowledge when it comes to cancer and the risk factors. But the underlying cause, most times, we still don't know. But whether abstinence will play a major role in terms of developing prostate cancer later in life, are very debatable. There are some people who argue for or against it, but I came across literature that says, the more a man, engages in sexual intercourse, it tends to reduce the risk of it. But we've seen men don't be more going to they still come down with prostate cancer. But yes, it could increase the risk.
So what's the difference between
Get to go further. So, my dear, Israel, want to be a question that I know really powerful. And then the research said ejaculation, because so it's not saying they one side chicken. Emma Shesopi,
Yeah, such a character.
Hello, Shesopi, Mr. Banimi, hello, Shesopi. Ejaculate lots of so be don't need one partner killing. One new partner killing.
Okay, what's the difference between prostate enlargement and prostate cancer? Because probably in the last 5 years, I've lost 3 of my friends to prostate cancer. So what's the actual difference between enlargement and the cancer itself, prostate-wise?
Enlargement simply means that as we grow older as men, after a certain age, I think about 45, the prostate begins to sort of, get bigger. So, we're different from cancer. Cancer means that there is an abnormal cell don't grow without control. That's the meaning of cancer. So different from that. Most times with prostate cancer, there is maybe only there a small nodule or a lesion. There's one part of it that might even to buy a MRI, let's start with an MRI. MRI will look different from the normal cells. And of course, number one, biopsy, don't take the sample from that cell. They will now see that that cell is different from the normal cell. That is an abnormal cell. It's growing without control, and that's what cancer is. But prostate enlargement, the full name is actually BPH. If I'm not meaning benign prostate hypertrophy or hyperplasia, meaning that one benign meaning it is harmless, and the other 2 words are coming the enlargement of the prostate. So in different, there are 2 different conditions, and they are not in any way similar.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
Hello, doctors. Please, I have a question. In the US.
Yes.
Just a quick one. Can you hear me, Dr. Israel?
I can hear you.
Mr. Larry, go ahead. Sister, the right, I might be known. Mr. Larry, if you told me what network,
So, right? And someone like my age, I'm 66 plus, and like 3 days continuously, Mama repair, give me my shrink, right? Timio banning for a week or a week plus. Uma that very full day. Is there any cause of
Larry, your network is not too clear. Break. So question you, Jadi Dada. Can't go me.
Okay, me boy Dada. Everything here, I don't know. So, Shan, what means it?
Yeah.
Yeah, most of it, like, someone like me, with my age, right? Tiffany says, continuously, my shrink. Timio ban for a weight loss. My shebeni to dear. Is there any cause for concern about that?
So to start with, are we talking about the male organ?
Yes. The male organ, yes.
Right. Okay.
I'm talking about the male organ. I'm talking about the male organ,
and not the balls.
No, well, not the balls.
Not the balls.
Okay,
sir.
Yeah.
So,
like,
okay.
Like, about the sex, continuously for like 3 days. My shrink. My shock, we go urara. But after 2 weeks, tell you about me. My dabeni only volume.
Well, I'm not sort of. I don't think there's any reason why that should be happening, really. To and then that needs to be looked into because key volume might change with activity. So that's something that needs to be evaluated for you. It's best for a doctor to have a look because a lot of things so many things there are possibilities there. So one is because I only manning the varicocele, which essentially maybe I want veins, the one there around balls from on the varicose veins, let's say. And my meet man now veins from too much, let's say by the same thing man shell also, which is something that sometimes it may be totally benign, meaning that it's not harmful. Some other times when we see it, we want to investigate. So that's one thing. And we normally go down in the hydrocele where there's just a little bit of fluid around the ECMO. So those are some of the things that, naturally, there shouldn't be any obvious change in the volume.
Dr. Israel, I think he might be talking about blue balls. So I think that's what Mr. Larry is trying to talk about. Mr. Larry, should be like this the sack to go should be in so. Blue balls also.
Yes.
You can have you can have some scrotal congestion. It does happen sometimes in men that have had like prolonged arousal. So I think that's what he's trying to describe. Where more congestion, more like hypertension. So sometimes they can have so much blood flow in that area, because of the parasympathetic activity there. So sometimes they call it blue balls, it's a benign thing. What's your problem, Mr. Larry? What's your problem? I ain't got in Sony. Could you go pay your command? I go, what you describe it, almost suppose that we fair so giggles.
That's exactly.
What should I doing? What am I doing?
Big son,
Is your only patient me complaint?
No, not at all.
Urologists will be in hypertension, so they call it blue balls. Immediately reassurable You know, just very Euro. So
yeah.
the letter I read that it was just like total congestion, epididymia, hypertension. I think that's what it's described. But there's a lie. Also, the doctor knew. Don't take our word for it. Because it could be something more serious, like what people said.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Tomati wo, don't need people sick kokon. Then of course, there's no cause for alarm.
Yeah, because maybe Baba from me detect only renal cell near. I think he had a varicose on the left, so there was
varicose. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But sometimes varicose might even just it might be it points out to something much more serious.
Yeah. So I lost the doctor, Mr. Larry, but I don't think it's a big problem. But go to your GP. She said go check it out.
Some years ago, talking about maybe 7-8 years ago, because my man love food check things like that. So I not say and the doctor now discover me we are me one bit. But at the end of the day, my country will test on it who sing or normal. So but my to try not to read GP, just to understand.
I can read one
there's a well. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you. Right.
Ontario time, you guys, it's going to be like 10:30.
10:35 here.
They're good. Let's allow you go. Absolutely.
No problem.
Well, you happy to stay on? Yeah.
No, I have to go now.
You have to go. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. It's been a very lovely time here. When next Debawa on, I can come in and say hi to everybody.
All right. Come regularly, but it's not usually like this. So it's usually a fun place.
Nice.
She talks about real life issues. Talks about relationships. We celebrate people here. Then and then on Fridays sometimes they talk more about the the other room things and all of that. So so no, I'll be sharing with you, Israel. Good to see you.
No problem. Tell me, thanks so much. Nice linking up with you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
All right, you take care. All right, guys.
Take care. Bye. All right. Oh. Any come one look you. Sorry about that. I won't host this salon. Emma boy, Padati Wali. We've come back home. We come back.
Good morning, Doctor, from here.
Hello.
So I just want to seek your opinion and maybe you can recommend some other tests my mom can run. So she's been sick for about 2 years now. To give a background of how she started, they saw a small, they said they saw traces of hepatitis in her blood, and that was the history of everything. She started taking some medications, and before we knew it, she started talking to some people. They recommended some medications to her. She was taking all sorts of. Then when we got to know, we advised her to go to a teaching hospital. Then the doctor assured us that what they saw in her blood was not something to be worried about, that is dormant or something. So she came here as well. She came to the UK as well. She was just advised about lifestyle, that she should change her food, the way she eats, and nothing was prescribed to her. Well, Google was my mother's friend. She'll go, she'll read up, she'll complain to all these her friends, they'll recommend something. She was taking all sorts of medications. So now we don't know what is wrong with her. She has lost weight. We've done CT scan. She has done this one that they pass camera through the mouth to the stomach. She has done that. The only thing they saw was
I think she got a call. So Masaka, Mrs. Young, Mata Harry. Is anyone there? Stop, let me continue.
Okay.
Yeah. She got a call.
So, but with everything, she complains of body pain. She can't eat. She can't do that. At some points, we even thought probably it's a mental thing for her, because every time she complains, so this place is paining me, that place is paining me. But every time she goes to the hospital, there's nothing. We can't see anything, and it's just so sad that we can't do anything for her, you know. So I don't know if there's any other test she can run.
Does she? I'm just gonna ask you. Does she have a gastroenterologist? Has she seen a specialist?
Not yet. She just did the endoscopy last week. So they just came out yesterday.
Exactly. So they're still, still early. So she needs. So who's seen her? Who's going to review that result now? Who's coordinating all the tests or investigations?
So she's seeing one doctor in teaching hospital at Ogogo.
And is that person?
The person is not a specialist. Yeah, it's not.
So she needs to see a specialist, a gastroenterologist. Okay. Because when it comes to this kind of cases, it has to be dealt by a specialist. So I'm not sure what you mean by, I don't want to ask too many questions. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So I don't know what you mean by traces of hepatitis. So is it hepatitis B? Is it C? And if it's so, there's a whole core antigen, a whole lot of things. They have to do the full virus screen. What's the viral load? So there are a lot of things that answer questions that need to be answered. That I can't poke into that, but when she gets the specialist, they'll do all of that. So Dr. Yiti is saying who? Dr. Yiti, I'm up looking. She's from Sakal Simbi. Dr. Yiti said Dr. Akindoye. Maybe she knows the person. So your mom needs to see a specialist. So there's a lot of things that you're not saying. Okay, it's not just by doing scan here. They have to do all those things. And other types of tests, not only hepatitis C, not only the hepatitis viral screen. So they do other things too. Okay. Epstein-Barr, they do check for hemochromatosis, alpha antitrypsin, ceruloplasmin, a lot of things that they do. Okay. Yeah. So let her see a gastroenterologist, and that person will start the assessment. Now that she's having the anorexia, poor appetite and all of that, that's the liver. Okay. Dr. Yeti can come up and tell you more. So that's the liver. Once you start having anorexia, that's your liver. That's it. Especially with that kind of background. So we can only imagine building progress or something. So, treatment there was so now another point is, so you were talking about like treatment and non-fumologu. She can't want to long to see damage liver. Accelerate.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. But she did take a lot of. It's so sad because.
You see that's why. You see when we say things, I'm not gonna lie to you. Everybody, we all want that easy way out. Trust me. Evidence, like we see the evidence that we just cut out this, cut out that, and you'll be fine. Trust me. Do you know how much they squander into cancer research? And one doctor will just say, "Oh, it's because of this alone." Do you get it? So, well, I wish it was that simple. We really wish. I pray it was that simple. But most times, only imagine. Do you understand? So please let her see a gastroenterologist contribute assessment. But I'm guessing, probably she had some viral form of hepatitis. And then for hepatitis, just mean inflammation of the liver. It's not only viral causes. Kishi virus and drugs, especially in Nigeria, chemicals. Dr. Yetimi das. Really, I want Lily. I want my for spring for you. You know. Drugs and chemicals in it will play a major role. Apart from that, of course, viral hepatitis in Nigeria. That secondly, on prescribed medications on the internet, on supplements, all those things, you know. But we can't say much because so much issue we want to hey, sister, all right. The gastroenterologist in the house.
Kò sí nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ mọ́ tèmi tí ti fọ́ gbogbo rẹ̀.
Ẹ̀yin náà lè kọ́ wa náà nínú.
Wọ́n ti fọ́ o, sísá pẹ̀lú mi wọ́n ti fọ́ fún yín. She needs number one ni ẹ ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn oògùn yẹn. Àwọn oògùn tán ti lò tó ti lọ bà liver yẹn jẹ́. Wọ́n ti lò ó àmọ́ tó ṣẹlẹ̀.
Wọ́n ti lo oògùn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ pé wọ́n ti lo àwọn oògùn púpọ̀. Mo ti rò pé wá o. Nǹkan tí tèmi tí sọ nìyẹn wọ́n máa ṣe a lot of blood test. Mo fi pẹ̀lú máa ń bà wá ní Nàìjíríà ká kọ bí 50 blood test. I don't care.
Wọ́n ti run a lot of tests.
Mo fi ìwọ́n yìí lọ́pọ̀ ní hepatitis like tèmi tí sẹ̀ kì í ṣe virus nìkan ló ń fẹ́ hepatitis. Ọdún òun ló common jù ní pàtọ́dọ̀ wa yẹn. So wọ́n tó lè tún ti wá lọ lo àwọn oògùn yẹn. So I think they should run a lot of tests. I think she needs to get ultrasound at least the minimum. Wọ́n lọ pọ́n ṣe CT scan so let's see. Kí ló wà ní CT yẹn àmọ́ tó wà?
The CT scan didn't really. They only said the doctor directly only said everything that she's fine. That she only has a little sore and
little. You know, Mama go fine. You can't say.
Yeah, Mama go fine. Ẹ mú result fún ara yín now.
Result wà jàre. You get fine.
Ẹ ka result fún ara yín now. Gbogbo àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi tán bá ṣe result máa fi result hàn mí máa tú wẹ́lẹ́wẹ́lẹ́. Because sometimes, to be honest with you, even me, it's just because United States pé go to kí nǹkan ká liver kò yé yín kí nǹkan lọ pé liver ló kàn mí. That's my job. I don't care about any of that. So you have to look at everything, the kidney, spleen, pancreas and everything. So every result now, ma kí n fẹ́ gbọ́ pé result máa fún ìgbà máa fojú mi. Even for my mom. So egba result, egba hepatitis B nìkan kọ́ ló wà nù as in viral kọ́ nìkan ni you see so many things for side. I think let's see what the CT scan shows. Let's see what the endoscopy will show, blood test and everything. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ kú tọ́jú.
I wanted to back up. Start by me. Are you there? Sure,
I'm trying to see if I can still see the CT scan. Because
you're trying to say what? Yeah. Say that again.
I'm trying to see if I still have a CT scan.
You still have it on your phone.
Yeah.
When was it done?
Like 3 months ago.
Oh, okay. That still is recent. That's still very recent.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
LAUTECH is I understand gbogbo àwọn doctor ti kó tán LAUTECH mi máa kí n lóye yẹn because I'm not graduated from LAUTECH although my LAUTECH is my own. Yeah, so but all my friends wọ́n wà mẹ́bọ̀ wọ́n ti lọ UK tán because my close friend Tajo Pari, she's a gastroenterologist, so I refer Nigerian people to her, but recently I'm going to jump my
I think the only person, the other gastroenterology that I know now is in Lautech, not Lautech anymore, Uni Oshun now. Because me, I'm a Oshobo product, but it's not more Lautech Oshobo, it's Junior Oshun now. So.
Where they recommend probably, I don't know.
Yeah, Uni Oshun Economy, since I can get the information. But the Dr. Akinoye, I think we need to get more information, all the blood tests, all the CT scan, endoscopy, put them together.
Because she's saying Dr. Akindo is not a specialist. We are
family medicine.
Yeah, like the family we put it refine, but don't shake book and then I'm already writing was yeah. They put it escalate.
So now she cannot no, this is so tough. Yeah, like Timothy said, the number one thing I would think is from the liver. The CT scan should be able to show something. I want to CT scan free contrast because I always have problems. If there's any CT scan without contrast, I don't look at it.
Abi,
it's like you better go and do ultrasound. It's a waste of time. You better go and do ultrasound. Sister, TCT can you show anything? Get radiologist, even a good ultrasound is better than some CT scan for liver, anyways.
Or Dr. Yitema and Sherry, ultrasound, the auto more shit, no more.
Oh, no, it is the eyes of the
other. Normal, I consider
I auto more shit, that is it.
Oh, expert
good ultrasound.
All right, we will just wait for her to come. In the meantime, yeah, Mr. Oluji, shall I go ahead? Do you have a question? Auntie Four, Ekaleo, Auntie Folake. Yeah, any question?
Yeah, I have a question. Actually, I'm in Ontario, and I know Timothy and the doctor that just left, the male doctor. I'm not sure whether both of you are in Ontario or another.
He's in Ontario. I'm in Alberta, but he's in Ontario.
Okay, I know where he is in Ontario because though we have a doctor here that we see, it's a Nigerian doctor also. So I was thinking if I can get somebody else like him that just left. I wanted to ask him because my husband too was like been doing biopsy on his private part, and he's like in denial right now. Let me lower this table. He's on denial, and he said he's going to go to Nigeria and take all this herbal water, like 500,000 naira per shot. So I was just concerned, and the only thing is that I don't know whether it's on one stage or two stage of this cancer in his private,
Is it prostate?
Yes, prostate. Yes. That is prostate. So because I was myself. I don't know, but me too. I don't have an idea of.
No, we just follow Dr. Israel. Probably early.
No, I thought he would bring me up when he was still talking, but I think he left already. Maybe I don't know how to get him, so I can talk with him and then discuss where he is in Ontario, if it is in Toronto, Brampton, and all those stuff. So I can just continue to talk with him and see how we can, move our medical whatever to his own practice. So anyway, the problem we're having now.
If you search his name, like Dr. Israel, I think he has his qualification just in front. Am I right?
So on TikTok, I don't know how many Dr. Israel I'm gonna come across.
No. You see, he's his MD, MRCGP and CCFP. Yeah, so he has his qualifications. You watch it.
Yeah, like that prostate, I just don't understand.
Question, sister Folake. Kini? Yes. Any daddy were in denial. Say one need the Nigerian president to no, but she is in denial. If somebody is in denial, they are not going to accept even if 100 doctors speak to them.
He believes he's in Nigeria right now taking off his agbo, and I was so worried because I don't even know the stage.
Until that person actually said, I'm ready to get treatment no matter what. I understand you're doing your best as the wife and everything, But
right.
honestly,
My sister, we went to that cancer, whatever in Scarborough, we talked to one Chinese doctor. They said he has to do this radiology or something like that, and he was just concerned that if I do that now, because he did biopsy, he did a biopsy that it was like even having blood, anytime he pee or all those things, they said it will go away. So I think that one went away, but at the same time, I just don't know the stage. I don't know, I was just confused when we went together to see that Chinese doctor for this oncology. So I don't even ask whether what stage is this thing? What is it? I don't understand. So me too. When all this thing is not happening with this Ogogo we heard about, I was just concerned that this thing that is, affecting men generally in their 50s, going to 60s, it's so alarming, and it's like for a wife, you will be more concerned that your husband is having this, you don't know your fate, We are just like looking at each other and confused. We don't know.
so
I don't follow
it's
the
not in
question
Nigeria.
class. It's not in Nigeria. Yes, it's in Nigeria and it's coming back like in October. So, Benny. Nigeria, because he's a builder and he works mostly in Nigeria. He doesn't really work in Nigeria. So, money attend this cause I say, let me just talk to you. Okay. I'm going. Hello? Mo ń gbọ́ yín, mi ti ń wá bí máa ṣe mute ara mi gan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Mo ń wá bí tí máa ti mute ara mi.
Ẹ lọ pè wọ́n kẹ́ ẹ kúnlẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ ní olówó orí mi lọ́n ṣàánú. Ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n padà wá. Bóyá tó bá di Nàìjíríà tó máa explain fún wọn ní tòótọ́. Ńlá náà fi ń ṣeré yẹn o. Wọ́n lọ ń gba.
Inú ó ti ń bọ́dà mi. Ó ń bọ́dà mi.
Mi mọ ọkọ̀ special display yẹn. Mi mọ stage mi mọ. But ẹ pè wọ́n
ẹ bọ́ máa ṣe Nàìjíríà lẹ́yìn ìlú lẹ́yìn wà. Ṣé Canada lẹ́yìn wà ní àbí UK?
US.
Dr. Yetunde.
US lẹ́yìn wà.
Okay, US lẹ́yìn wà. Okay. But ṣe rí nǹkan tó lè ṣẹlẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa kíní kan count. BCG àbí kí náà ti ń pè kíní count yẹn náà. Wọ́n ló pọ̀. Ṣé mo tún máa wà lára ọkùnrin yẹn? Kí lẹ́yìn medical kíní máa ń pè náà? BC count àbí kí náà pè kíní kan?
PSA nìyẹn.
Yeah, wọ́n ló high.
This is a white blood cell count. No, Dr. Yeti. Why the white blood?
No. Ìyá mi. No, wọ́n ní kíní kan count táwọn ọkùnrin máa ń ní in their private area yẹn. Ṣé PSA ni?
PSA.
Count yẹn náà pè náà ló high. So mo wá pé ṣé count yẹn ni cancer ni?
Dr. Yeti, ẹ wo ẹ jẹ́ ká yin àwọn àgbàlagbà kan máa bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ because gbogbo ilé ìtẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ yìí. Ẹ sọ fún wọn wọ́n tètè wá ṣe treatment.
Ẹ kàn ń ṣe lẹ́yìn wọn ni.
Ṣé rí fí àyàn radiation yẹn wọ́n ní kò ní lè perform, kò ní lè ní sex, kò ní lè ṣe nǹkan kan wá ní what?
Dr. Yeti mi ìfẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ kankan yẹn gan-an la Naija mi wọn kì í fẹ́ gbọ́. Risk yẹn tó bá ti sọ risk yẹn fún wọn báyìí wọ́n máa sá lọ.
Nǹkan tí màá yẹn sọ nìyẹn tó sá lọ. Ó sá lọ ni ó pè wọ́n lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní street wọ́n bá ṣàgbélẹ̀ o. Mi ò mọ bó àgbo tó fẹ́ kí ọkàn bẹ́ẹ̀ tán ló ti háì.
Kọ́lẹ́tì mi ò lè parọ́ fún yín hàn kí n gbọ́ ọ̀nà àdá mi.
Mo fi sọ fún yín pé kẹ́ ẹ pè wọ́n kẹ́ ẹ máa sunkún.
Tí bàbá sunkún tó wà Nàìjíríà tí ó gbọ́ àdúrà náà dẹ̀ làwọn àgbà báyìí kó tiẹ̀ wá ṣe mílímìtì ẹ̀ máa.
Ókè mo ti gbọ́. Ẹ wo èmi náà láìkì àdúrà ó dé awọ gan ni mo wà yìí tẹ́ bá jẹ́.
Àdúrà ló ń bá wa kàn bí
àdúrà kò lè ràn án.
Ká àdúrà ràn. Ṣẹ́rí mi fi ṣe wà yìí as a woman mi ti ṣe mo ti gbógun ògùn mi. Because èmi náà young èmi ti gbé wọ̀ǹgù mi pàtó ní fibroid fẹ́ pọ̀ táwọn me I did it because nǹkan tí ò ní jẹ́ kéèyàn gbáyé kólúwẹ̀ dẹ̀ yà ṣe understand.
Jẹ́ kí Mr. Olójì sọ̀rọ̀ ọkùnrin bíi tiwọn ní Mr. Olójì go ahead.
Ṣé mo lè sọ̀rọ̀?
Go ahead.
No, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical doctor. But this one knows about men as a whole. Well, even I've seen a GP in the UK, yeah, to the cancer prostate, and he was saying it's nothing. This is a doctor, medical doctor. He's a GP, general practitioner. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi, I'm 66 years old. Mẹ́fà, the age me. You see my point? And he was saying it's nothing. But when they do the biopsy, see, a lot of people say biopsy is so invasive. It's not invasive. because come to take biopsy, more funny, deadening chemical. To my area, come to take biopsy. A meeting was only what he did biopsy. Was about cancer when likely a cancer. And they told me, what choice do I have? They say, oh, you can leave it because it's not. But they advised me, they say, look, just take brachytherapy. Brachytherapy, when they insert radioactive chemical into your body. Not directly into your vein, but directly in the area killing effects. I said, oh, why not? But then at the last minute, I won't lie to you, at the last minute, I'm calling to my insight. I was like, and can do 2 or 3 years. This was last year. Only can do 2 or 3 years. Count to inside here. I was like, look, this is in my area. Of course, I studied nuclear physics. I told him, this is my area. I said, okay, do you want to go away? I said, yeah, I don't have no problem. And they put it for me in cesium. Cesium seeds. It's called cesium seeds. Cesium is a radioactive chemical, yeah, but they can put it in seeds, then one physical coin, just to kill the cells, to make the cancer in your waju. So look, I don't have a problem. And you have to remember.
Bracky now, internal radiation, like, oh my man, just next to the tumor.
Yummy, that's my field. I mean, I studied medical physics as part of my nuclear physics degree in UK.
Oh no, Mumbai, show no.
Of course, brachytherapy is brachytherapy. Yeah, that's it. Because I don't want to say, when I say brachytherapy, a lot of people don't know what brachytherapy means. When they put radioactive chemical close to the area of concern.
Tumor. Yeah.
So brachytherapy goes with ovarectomy as well. Ovary cancer. I would say ovarectomy.
That's removal. That's removal of ovarian cancer.
There's something we call radiation ovarectomy. What is radiation to kill the ovaries? This is my specialty. So I don't know it's one cost, but I know there's one caveat. You cannot be within the range of somebody who's about to get pregnant or somebody who's pregnant within 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
You see the point? So when I say, go ahead, say, I'm not worried. I say, I'm not worried. I'm a nuclear physicist, for God's sake. And they gave me a overreaction. So they gave me a serum seed for my what they perceive as what they perceive as what's it called what they perceive as that cells being there. I said, it's no problem because my kids are young. I don't see them all the time, and for me that's fine. This was last year, and now I'm free. And then when they do biopsy again, I think about 3 months ago, they said, oh, we can't see anything again. We can't see anything again. So we have to be what's it called? Because we have something doesn't mean it's terminal. It's not terminal. Provided we seek help. And I'll say it again, me as a person, are one of them. Men are the ones that leave things so late. To buy my right back to my treacher, what you are too late. So that's what I'm saying. So please, if you have a symptom or anything, please go to your GP in Nigeria. Now I want to ask our doctors here. This is my next question. Our doctors here. How do you compare medical treatment in the United States to Nigeria? For me, I think it's the same thing. The same thing. If you don't have insurance, you have no say in your health. So, anything I mean by America at Nigeria. And Latinos, please. Thank you.
Mr. Oluji, I have one question because like there are some things that have been pending. Auntie Folake, I think what you can do ni pé tẹ́ bá wá ọkùnrin bí Mr. Oluji báyìí tó lè bá dáàdì yín sọ̀rọ̀. That's the only thing. Tí àwọn obìnrin dọ́kítà ẹ bá wọn ò ní gbọ́. Yes, on Igbo. Tabani ọkùnrin bíi tiwọn báyìí tó lè bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ tó lè gan because ṣe mọ̀ pé tí Mr. Olóji ó yàtọ̀ it was likely cancer. Sometimes ó ní àwọn cells kan pé kò kí n clear tó máa dà pé okay well it's not normal but kò wọ criteria pé cancer. So he was in that borderline. So for him, yes, even if he were to be my patient, time it took me he pushed you. Well, probably you could try back it. Let's see how it goes. Do you understand? So that was very reasonable. Oh yeah, to see your coin, check we want to confirm. Should he don't sọ pé kí ni don't sọ radiotherapy àti gbogbo ẹ̀ fún wọn. So ẹ jẹ́ kí ẹ wẹ́ni tó máa lè bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ tó máa lè bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ pé wọ́n ti confirm kí ni kò síbi tó ń lọ. I know people say kini kan me tó ẹ pé ìyẹn nìkan ló máa ṣe àgbo nìkan mi ṣé wọn pé a lot of people wọ́n máa ti gba wọ́n máa ṣe medical wọ́n máa mix ẹ̀. So pé ó ṣàgbo nìkan ní
count yẹn ti wálẹ̀ because I'm so concerned about that count tó ló high.
Yeah, PSA process screening
fún wọn ní medication.
Bọ̀káǹtì yẹn nìkan kọ́ wọ́n ti ṣe biopsy
wọ́n ti ṣe biopsy ó ti confirm.
Mọ́ mi mọ́ stage mi ò béèrè stage lọ́wọ́ wọn because.
ìgbà tẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ̀ báyìí.
kí ni result biopsy? Sorry ni lọ́wọ́ dájú.
Result yẹn náà lájọ lọ rí cancer kìíní lájọ sọ lọ sí scalpel bí cancer kìlórí cancer hospital wọn ní Toronto níbí.
Aṣọ́njọ́ yẹn kí
ló sọ. òun náà la sọ fún wọn ní radiation.
Wọ́n ní cancer now. Wọ́n ní cancer.
Because wọ́n ní kọkùnrin má lè ṣe nǹkan yẹn ló scare ìwé pé wàá wọ́n fẹ́ pa àwọn sáyé.
Mọ́mì wọ́n ní cancer. PCA kò ní wálẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti ṣe treatment. Ẹ ń fi Yorùbá máa ní
ó yé mi.
Bó ṣe ń pè ní PCA yẹn kọ́ ni
PCA yẹn kọ́ ni kẹ́ wàá fà. Sista Temi, Dr. Temi ti sọ fún yín ẹ lọ pé ewo ilé ọkọ làwa náà wà alimọ ti tó yín at least èmi gan bí mo ṣe wà yìí 16. ẹ lọ pé nìkan lé wọn tó máa ń gbọ́dọ̀ sí lẹ́nu.
Ọkọ ẹ tí ó ní prostate cancer ọkọ ẹ ṣe máa dìde o ìyá mi ibi tó bá gba rate therapy.
ẹ tẹ fọkọọlẹ kí náà ń dó.
ṣe é pé ọkùnrin lè ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ọkùnrin lè ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ I'm telling you the truth.
Don't you hear me, sir?
Yeah, is that pé tàbá ti ṣe gbogbo kí ni jọ even exertion ṣe exertion máa ń pè ìyá mi ẹ correct me exertion máa ń pè tó bá ṣe radical exertion òkú ẹ ṣe máa God bless you máa ti dé. The only thing take care of is your prostate. Prostate will determine gbogbo máa di ọba ọkọ ò ní ìdíje. Lifestyle ló máa determine yẹn. I'm telling you the truth. Bóyá ọkọ máa di ọba ọkọ ò ní ìdíje. But me as a person, I won't let you. I know all about this, but I'm still afraid. But I'm actually radical prostatectomy. Bless you. Even me, I know the rule. I know it could affect me, but I was afraid.
You understand, Mr. Oluji?
I did my own in February to Kojai. No shit.
Hello, Demiti, hello, Kwagbalagba, Nile, to gbọ́dọ̀ lẹ́nu, ẹni dá ṣe, I dey tell you.
Agbalagba.
Okay. Ṣùgbọ́n ṣé ẹ̀rù tó fi wá ń pè àmì ní kí n máa sọ fún ọkùnrin pé kó tún lọ ṣe blood test káàtì ẹ̀wò bóyá tó increase sí ní àbúrò kékeré.
Àti sọ. Àti Fọlákẹ́ ewu jẹ́rí kìíní kíní dẹ̀ ń fi ṣeré yìí.
Ṣé táwa lè ṣe ṣé ká bá yín pè wọ́n ni?
Ẹ jọ ṣé
gbọ́rọ̀ wọn wá sí púpọ̀ báyìí wàhálà ni. Mo kàn gbọ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe discussion mo ní jẹ́ ní just call me kí n kàn gbọ́ advice from you guys. I will talk to him again.
Ìyá mi, can I tell you something? Yeah? There's something called metastasis.
I know metastasis. Yeah. Good. I have 2 doctors in my family.
It means migration from primary site to secondary site. You see my point? Breast cancer, for example, the most common metastasis site is the lungs for breast cancer.
Yeah, because
I've seen it many times. I don't remember metastasis happen when there's a blood supply into a particular area most. In the cancer migrate to, for example, spine. Another example is the lungs. For breast cancer, for example, breast cancer, breast cancer is
advice.
From breast cancer. Breast cancer goes from breast to the lungs. It doesn't take 1 year. It might even take 10 days. I won't lie to you. So, Baba tell sorry, I joined to your lung. That's not for wrong.
Mr. Oluji, I did give Shalaye that I've wanted.
Go ahead.
When it comes to prostate, sometimes the only thing that matters more, sometimes the Dr. Yeti Majan, is low back pain, chronic low back pain. Can you spread what is spine by 5 and 6 in me or anyone? Now, to buy spread is spine. The problem with being that me, I'm going to you can't do me. I'm going to be all of a sudden. As a share, as a non pay, over the photos are like we going to know. Cherry Gay, Bobo, do Kini, the story. So I saw from what can you spread loss spine? Umalo cause cold compression. Uma pay Navian. Uma bag to that level down. So at you pull at the country like Unili Mama Tosara, Uli Mali control it. As a man on the only way is a little weak. I once on Sean said, a hair of my bed. Ain't got on Tom Fisher in here. Got on Fisher in it. Check about it at level here. We just give steroids and you just do radiotherapy. Okay? So what you don't need to know them our little wheelchair. So I can solve possible complications when you get my mobile. So it might shall I be for. So go understand. Those are the potential risks.
Thank you very much.
Sister Pelumi, yeah, you're the find the hospital. You have the CT scan report. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So abdominal pelvic CT. The liver is mildly enlarged. However, it has a regular outline with uniform parenchymal density. No focal intrahepatic lesion is seen. The intra and extrahepatic ducts are not dilated. The gallbladder is filled with bile. The spleen, 83 mm length, and pancreas are normal. No para-aortic lymph nodes are demonstrated. Both kidneys are also within normal limits. The demonstrated bowel loops are well outlined with contrast material. Poor bowel preparation is noted. The urinary bladder is within limits. The uterus is enlarged. AP diameter 58 mm with a lobulated outline and heterogeneous density. These are suggestive of multiple classified uterine myomas. The lung bases are clear. That's all.
Honestly, normal. I don't.
Okay, so signs, look on Mount.
I want to put my own for one mind hepatomegaly, but lesion about one. For one element of that lesion about one, we must put the power the nodulated, lobulated, clinical vocal lesion.
So I check Sister Pelumi.
Yes.
I check on Lori gastroenterologist because now that just the
another thing to my son Ben Gwen, she colonoscopy or panic and she have
it. Yeah, or panic or she.
I conscious Ali.
Okay, Sally. Gbogbo nǹkan náà máa gbogbo mom sí tèmi nígbà táwọn ọdún tán ṣe kí ní gbogbo nǹkan mo ṣe pátápátá.
Okay.
Wọ́n ṣe ìsàlẹ̀. Wọ́n jẹ́ fún wa lórí yẹn, wọ́n kàn sọ ìtẹ́rọ̀sì fún wa. Another thing tí mo tún wò nìyẹn. Torobìnrin ni wọ́n.
Wọ́n sọ pé, yeah, I think the uterus is large.
Wọ́n kọ́ àpò kan ní
fibroid calcified. Or chemical, biochemical kinino, I think it would say a lot.
Yeah. Blood,
yeah.
Endoscopy, upper endoscopy, colonoscopy, ovarian sorry bóyá ultrasound wọn pa àwọn àṣebẹ wọn fún wa lórí yẹn wọn lórí yẹn.
They should say 1 to 5 initially. Okay.
ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ sísítà ẹ tó lọ bá wọn padà pé kán lè fa yín sí specialist kí náà fíw ṣé wọ́n fẹ́ lè fa yín sí gastroenterologist ní kán ti ẹ̀jọ́. ẹgbàá mi náà wà nǹkan tí dúró mr olùjì ìbéèrè nípa dókítà amẹ́ríkà àti nàìjíríà ọpọlọ tá a fi ṣe ń bẹ̀ náà la gbé wá. ọgbà mi wà a máa ń dragi nǹkan jù nàìjíríà number 1 number 2 à ní equipment tá a fi ṣiṣẹ́ ọlọ́run tẹ̀ ṣe tẹ̀ ct scan ṣe ìgbà mi wà a fẹ́ ṣe test yìí wọ́n láwọn ò ní lè jẹ́ tẹ̀ a fẹ́ ṣe radiology yìí wọ́n láwọn ò ní omi ọpọlọ yẹn náà ọdún náà àti kàwé sí ànádàbọ̀ ọpọlọ yẹn náà ni àgbé wá síbi bí but a máa ń even in the United States, I will be honest with you, some doctors are more proactive than the other. To be honest with you, you don't think you are in the United States and you are going to get 100% care. That is why sometimes you read reviews.
You are very correct, Doctor.
Yeah, that is why you read reviews. Some doctor can drag things. I will be honest with you, I've seen people in my office that are there for fourth opinion, honestly. They are not just comfortable with you. And I'm not saying I'm the best. People who leave me also go to somewhere else. It depends. Sometimes it depends on how the patient presents to you. It depends on even your mood, I'll be honest with you. You join me what? And in all honesty, you join me what? Somebody did 6 p.m. You go for sorrow.
Today, I want to ask you a question, please.
Yes, sir.
So I've been in this country now for a long time. And I've been visiting clinic and this. Why is it that the doctor, I don't know if it is an American system, why is it that they don't have a very good medication? They don't really...
What do you mean by medication? What do you mean by that?
I know what I'm talking about. They don't have a cure medication like that. If you say you have fever or you have something like that, they will be telling you to go and be taking Tanano, to go and be taking ibuprofen for
mo fẹ́ kẹ́ fún mi ní example ká tó sọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa.
I've been in the country for 19 years.
ìbáyín jiyàn ṣé mo jiyàn ni.
Mr. Victor, easy.
ìbáyín jiyàn mo ní kẹ́ fún mi lẹ́sàpù kí ó lè yé mi ká lè sọ̀rọ̀ ní.
rárá o.
rárá o. Daniel sọ pé Mr. Victor kì í rọra.
èmi jiyàn náà.
èmi ní tèmi jì ní.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell, good evening.
ilé tí is in country 19 years but ṣe é pé ẹ sọ pé fever Tylenol whatever fún mi ní kéèsì yẹn á lè dígẹ̀ bí bàbá kan tó mú pépà kan wá bá wa ń jọ sí.
Okay, Mr. Dr. Yetunde.
Yes, sir.
I was just talking generally and I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, bóyá ó yé yín kò yé mi ńgbà.
When you visit clinic, which state are you? Sorry, what state do you live in?
Me, they saw me, they disclose on the TikTok.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh man, you got to special and class state. Okay.
Ẹ má bú mi o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo ẹ má bú mi.
Mr. Victor,
since ẹ má bú mi o, ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
You coming off route ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Ṣé àwọn ẹmọ wa tẹ́lẹ̀ ni?
Èmi kọ́ ni dókítà yín náà dẹ̀ ní pé wọ́n ẹmọ tẹ̀sán ti wà bí 19 years. Ẹ mọ̀ gbà tẹ́lẹ̀ ti wà.
Ẹ bá wà bẹ́ẹ̀ 100 years. Kí lẹ mí ẹ máa sọ
ẹ fẹ́ bú mi ni ẹ má bú mi ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ara ń kan mí o.
All right, no problem. I don't
ara ń kan mi gan.
It's all right, you can go. Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, so start pẹ̀lú mi. Ọlọ́run á fi Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ká get to the bottom of it. Ṣé ti gbọ́?
Yes.
But ẹ jẹ́ ẹ gbé àwọn steps tí Dr. Yeti sọ ṣe ti gbọ́.
Okay.
Ẹ lọ wá gastroenterologist. Good to know pé at least Uber ni kò bàjẹ́, at least CT scan here. It's a little bit reassuring, but me, if everybody's hopes in number, I felt a bit relieved, you know. So I think what the mama jagun saying, more testing, more liver function test, but she read other things. We want what you must so then read gastro. Just go and to she colonoscopy, ma wo okay, one wo sale. She want to share other tests, not complete skin. Let's go. Sorry.
Yeah, sister pẹ̀lú mi ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn ká mọ ẹlẹ́rú kan sí wa létà àti gbogbo ó tọ̀ ẹ wò.
I'll follow you both now. Thank you so much.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ máa wò pé bóyá nítorí pé nàìjíríà ìgbà míì wà nǹkan kan náà kí n wà clear cut kọ́ náà ṣàánú ni ṣó yé yín.
Dr. Yiti, all right, Mr. Steve, very question, and I want you to take that. So he was saying he eats healthy, and then that's a lot.
Nǹkan tó lè fà pọ̀ bóyá ní lactose intolerance tí ojú bá lẹ́ni tó ń ṣe báyẹn lọ́fíìsì tí ẹ ní lactose intolerance ní tí ẹ ní celiac disease ní do you eat gbogbo vegetables tá a sọ yẹn náà you know they produce a lot of gases right kẹ má rò pé end product tí gbogbo tá à ń jẹ yìí náà not that so ṣé ẹ wà constipated I always sọ pé ẹni tí òun bá ń yàgbẹ́ déédéé it's like you ẹ fi gbẹ́yìn sínú container and it's gonna produce a lot of gas so ìyẹn náà wà bẹ́ẹ̀ do you have any GI issue tó lè jẹ́ kí ẹ máa ṣe báyẹn so ó lè jẹ́ intolerance malabsorption smoker tẹ jẹ́ yẹn ní ìsìn bóyá ẹ̀yin lè ingest gas another thing táwọn ọmọ ìkìlẹ̀ yẹn máa ń ṣe nìyẹn òòjọ́ tí wọ́n máa mú afẹ́fẹ́ so mo mọ̀ pé ẹ̀ ń jẹun dáadáa mo kàn ń sọ ni pé do you drink a lot of milk do you think when you eat a particular food you fat too much so you have to watch the incidents kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ níjọ́ tí mo ṣe báyìí kí ni mo jẹ kò yé yín wọn mọ̀ lè rí só nínú blood brother mi. You had yearly medical screening last week, everything was fine. Wọn lè rí sónú blood èmi sọ fún yín. So bó ṣe rí nìyẹn mo sọ fún yín do you have lactose intolerance do you have celiac disease celiac test is not something we do on routine medical tests make I dey tell you àwọn test kan wà tá a máa ń ṣe so you look for what particular food tẹ́ ń jẹ tẹ́ fi ń sójú. And do you ṣe máa ń gúnfẹ̀ gan pẹ̀lú sóyún ṣe ń gúnfẹ̀ maybe you have I don't know if you have Helicobacter pylori can cause that also are you nauseated also so so ẹni náà ń drink milk ṣe ẹ fẹ́ so pa nǹkan tí mo lè rí rò nìyẹn tẹbi tí mi túmọ̀ kan mi ìtẹ́ so fatting àti bloating àti kéèyàn máa gùnfẹ̀ burping is about too much of gas tí gas yẹn ò bá jáde ní lẹ́nu ó máa jáde nídìí so we look for what is causing too much gas in you so nǹkan tí mò ń sọ nìyẹn and what I mean by lactose intolerance is milk yogurt cheese ice cream. Celiac is gluten so àwọn kan tí mo fi nìyẹn tẹ́ bá ní wà náà ṣe tẹ̀ do you have Helicobacter pylori kí ni mo tún fẹ́ sọ ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe mu sìgá yẹn èéfín bí gas so that is what I will say. ní tí mo mọ̀ nìyẹn àbí kí.
wọ́n máa ń smoke.
wọ́n náà mu sìgá.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Steve, are you happy with that? See your family physician to work you up on it.
You have to compare specifically because your annual physical, there are some tests that we don't do.
Right. So it has to be good for that specific. So I want she transglutaminase. And if she will reach by the stool, and she stool test.
Okay, what that? Tell me tea.
All right, and she on the visual level. I think we've had a good one. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, said you were fine. Yeah, sometimes, I think sometimes it also depends on, you need to keep a food diary. Just know what you eat, of course. Like, Dr. Yeti, I want high FODMAP, high FODMAP diet. Oh, Dr. Yeti has gone. Sister Losa, Letitia. Yeah. So you have some unje, to produce a lot of gas. You know. So you also have to keep that diary and just know. Now, as much as possible, you want to avoid them. You know. And then you can choose the ones with low FODMAP properties. So if you check, let me just type it in. She's got his sister, let's see, Dr. Yeti type the high food map, yeah? So you want to avoid some foods that contain a lot of that. You want to choose the one. They have, if you go online, if you go on Canadian website, you have to drink milk. You can't do without it. Okay. All right then. So you know probably what might be causing it. So yeah, but there's no specific treatment apart from avoidance. Mr. Steve, I know you love your milk, but if you feel it's causing you so much problems, then you have to think twice. All right. Sisi Dupe. Hey, I didn't call Sisi Dupe. Let me call her.
Yeah, tell me.
Sisi. Yeah, Sisi Dupe, I think
all right. Marry you later.
All right, thank you for having
us. Thank you, everybody. God bless you.
Welcome.
Aisha is on Nishewa.
Me.
A zis mai devreme și Vasi ceva. Au zis și fetele. Noi bărbații ne mai sacrificăm singuri, să știți. Cine nu vrea să recunoască treaba lui, dar totul pleacă din armată. Când faci armata, începi să te sacrifici. Stând acolo în unitate, te sacrifici.
A intrat Maximus, boschetarul șef al chatului, ca să ne facă pe noi boschetari. Dar tu ce cauți la ora asta?
Pe bune, Rozi.
Da, ce caută la ora asta? Nu că eu tocmai schimbam boschetul cu ăla din dreapta, cum mă plictisisem în ăsta din stânga.
Stai că și pe mine tot Dani mă cheamă, mi-au bătaie și de la Anubi și de la tot.
Da, uite că a venit Dani, să vezi și boschetăria lui de n-am văzut.
Aia-i? Eu tac și mă ascund în șifonier.
O egal fată frumoasă, nu? Am înțeles.
Uite la Roma, Dani. Gata. Cine-i boschetar acum? Tu zărața?
S-a mai dezbătut aici un subiect care eu țin foarte mult la subiectul ăsta. Am auzit foarte multe povești, foarte multe războaie, tot ce există pe platformele astea de internet de ani de zile. Chestia cu distanța, cu relația de la distanță și cu asta. Băi, oameni, în momentul în care doi oameni se întâlnesc, se plimbă, beau o cafea, i-ai luat un buchet de flori, da, zice, băi, boule, vezi că eu azi nu plec acasă, plec mâine, că n-am trenat sau n-am microbus sau n-am venit cu mașina și uite sunt beată, vreau să stau la tine în seara asta, da? E vorba în primul și în primul rând de tot ceea ce se întâmplă acolo între ei doi. Băi, în momentul în care chemi sau vine o femeie și închide ușa de acasă și vine la tine în casa ta, voi vă dați seama pentru ce vine femeia aia? Vine decât pentru... Așa? Salut! Sau vine să te cunoască, da? I-a plăcut de tine, i-a intrat și tu la suflet, îi place vocea ta, umorul tău, nu știu, zic și eu mai multe. La fel și bărbatul. Bă, de ce mă duc eu la fata asta? De ce mă duc în deplasarea aia? Doar să stau așa și să mă călăresc și toate treburile astea? Să nu zic altfel, că nu-i frumos. Deși în chat acolo noi mai scriem de toate, dar sus nu prea...
Auzi, Lion, ai scris mai sus ceva și te referi, după ce apare un copil, nu mai există iubire reciprocă. Și după aia ai scris asta, trebuie să înțelegeți voi femeile. Dar ce problemă ai tu cu femeile? Tu crezi că bărbații sunt sfinți? Întreb și eu așa, toți bărbații sunt sfințișori și femeile au o problemă, nu?
Nu, Rosalin, eu cred că Lion vrea să spună altceva aici. Eu cred că el se referă la faptul că femeile, după ce nasc, acordă atenția mai mult sau mai puțin decât ar fi trebuit copilului și el cumva nu mai e văzut.
Neața, bine, serviciu ușor.
Cred că da, la asta se referă.
Greșesc la el?
Păi dar nu te supăra, în momentul când apare un copil, apare inclusiv, cu oricât de frumos ar fi asta, lucrul ăsta care un copil, apar și probleme în plus, corect?
Și dacă apar și probleme în plus, deși la ea n-are și el cumva dreptate dacă la asta se referă. Multe dintre noi femeile tindem să facem chestia asta după ce se naște un copil, cumva mai mult sau mai puțin, uiți.
Nu este adevărat. În momentul când se naște un copil, în marea majoritatea cazurilor, bărbatul se spală pe mâini pe modul eu doar mă joc cu el și mă duc la muncă. Și aia zice că dacă aia stă cu copilul acasă, înseamnă că ea a stat acasă, trebuie să fie fresh.
Felicitări! Felicitări!
Bună dimineața la toată lumea!
Salut, Cristi! Salut, Cristi!
Salut, Cristi!
Păi dar dacă în momentul când vine acasă să e cu femeia, cu copilul acasă, da? Și vine și bărbatul de la muncă, obosit cum vine, păi asta nu înseamnă că femeia nu e obosită, corect? Doar că a stat acasă cu copilul. Și atunci dacă între ei există o anumită conexiune, înțelegere și fac lucrurile în comun și acasă, automat legătura aia dintre ei este mult mai strânsă după aia, corect? Eu spun cum văd eu treburile. Eu vorbesc mai așa pentru că sunt răgușită și altfel nu am cum să vorbesc, știi? Adică nu am ceva.
Eu mă retrag că mi-a venit schimbul, să aveți o zi plină de succese și realizări și ne auzim.
Mulțumesc, până la o chestie, adică în mare parte ai dreptate și tu, dar aici vine și chestia aia, dacă amândoi vor să facă ceva, adică dacă chiar îți dorești, ai timp. Timpul nu e băgat în sac. Dacă chiar vrei ceva, faci ceva pentru asta. Există și zile în care poți să faci ceva, să lași copilul la părinți sau dacă ai posibilitatea asta, să ai și timp liber pentru cuplu.
Adevărat, Roxy, da.
Da, decizia asta să ia doi, adică nu cred că trebuie să decidă chestia asta femeia ca să-l facă pe bărbat fericit. În doi să iau deciziile, nu?
Nu trebuie femeia să decidă, dar totuși cumva să știi că în mare parte ține și de noi femeile treaba asta, nu doar de ei bărbații. Ei sunt cumva sătui de chestia asta, tot timpul ei să încerce și tot timpul ei trebuie să facă primul pas, de fiecare dată. În mare parte, adică nu mă refer la toată lumea, eu spun doar ce cred eu. Adică tot timpul ei vin cu inițiativa, tot timpul ei încep orice chestie din asta mai intimă. Pentru că în mare parte, multe femei fac chestia asta, e bărbat, el trebuie să facă, e bărbat, el trebuie să simtă, e bărbat, el trebuie să știe, deși nu tot timpul e așa.
Important, cred că
au și nevoie de atenția lor, cumva.
Să nu se creeze o monotonie cumva între ambii.
Da, se stinge cumva focul ăla și dacă niciunul din ei nu suflă, s-a dus.
Corect. Ușor, ușor se duce. Absolut.
Dacă mi se permite și mie un punct de vedere, ideal ar fi să cunoști cât mai bine persoana de lângă tine, să-i cunoști toate gesturile, ca să spun așa, adică să o simți, bă, eu obosită, încerc eu astăzi, mâine poate îl vede ea pe el obosit, bă, încerc eu astăzi. Adică trebuie un fel de zi echilibru, ca să spun așa.
Da. Adevărat și asta.
Mai mulți dintre voi, bărbații, nici nu să recunoașteți că și voi așteptați așa blând, în poziție de șezut, să vină femeia la voi și să încerce ea ceva.
Roxy, ai cuvântul meu, dacă, da, te cunosc și sunt, te cunosc că câteodată aștept, bă, nu zice, mă, ce faci și ea, nu zice, aștept, până la un moment dat, bă, că nu zice, hai să încerc eu, poate. Da, de obicei, mai aștept. De ce să băgăți aiurea?
Da, nu e adevărat. Vorba aia, cine e liber după casa duce primul. Nu e adevărat. Așteptăm și noi, da.
Adică tot timpul vin, în mare parte, femeile vin cu ideea, e bărbat, el trebuie să încerce, el trebuie să mă cucerească, el trebuie să facă, el trebuie să știe, el trebuie să simtă de parcă el e... mare zeu că el o simte pe ea că ea are chef sau are o anumită dorință sau...
Deci, nu simți întotdeauna
în altă ternură, știi, când practic aștept să vină femeia să spun hai mă, știi? Da, vorba lui Leon. Deci, vine ea și spune, am zburat așa niciodată.
Nu trebuie neapărat să vină să spună ceva. Cred că e suficient dacă vine și îți spune o vorbă mai ciudat, mai diferit, mai altfel. O simți că e altfel cu tine, o simți când vrea și ea ceva, adică nu e ca și când nu îți dai seama, pur și simplu e femeia ta, știi ce vrea. Poate că contează o atingere, o mângâiere sau eu știu.
În principiu, persoana de care ești, dacă hai să o dăm un pic pe partea intimă, văd ceva, vine și îți dă un semn, dacă nu poate să spună pe față, hai da.
Nu poate să spună. De ce n-ar putea să spună? Poate să spună că nu doare gura să spună. Că doar îi spui lui bărbatul tău, nu-i spui lui pe stradă. De ce să nu poți să-i spui?
Doxy, așa e, ca tine, dar nu toți bărbații sau nu toate femeile nu au tupeu ăsta fantastic. Eu, unul, aș putea să spun, hai da, acum. Dar alte persoane n-au tupeu ăsta, chiar dacă e iubitul sau iubita, după caz.
Da, nu, că asta deja nu e întrebare la ea, pe ce facem? De unde ai văzut așa ceva? Adică să vină femeia să vrea ceva de la tine doar ca să obțină ceva? Sau la asta te referi? Black, tu ești traumatizat, sărac, de tine. L-a pus capac vreuna, dar rău de tot și l-am filetat cum trebuie.
Da.
O dai la ea, nu dai, dacă ai cui să o dai, dacă n-ai, nu o dai. Ce drag să faci cu ea? E acolo.
Dumnezeu a dat-o să o dai, nu să mergi cu ea sus. Dar ideea e să ai și cui să o dai, nu să o dai așa la oricine.
Nu-i problemă, Black, mai târziu îți violez și eu profilul.
Mam, să lasă cu violația așa la prima oră.
Așa, de dimineață pe nepișatele.
Da, sună bine, sună tentant.
Păi la ea n-a nu să știi că nu merge treaba asta cu dă-o la toți. Nu merge, mai bine îmi schimb bateriile la jucărie decât să o dau la toți.
Da.
Nu e vorba de dat la tot, e vorba de dat persoanei de lângă tine, adică persoana aia să nu ducă lipsă, pentru că persoana aia la un moment dat comunică cu tine, comunică, dacă nu are cu cine, ca să spun așa, automat înșală.
Da, practic să nu mor de foame cu frigiderul plin, știi?
Cam așa ceva. Exact.
Înseamnă că am fost zero comunicare cu viitorul meu fost soț și asta nu înseamnă că m-am dus să-l înșel despre ce vorbim. Nu sunt reguli. Astea, nu?
Nu sunt, dar în majoritatea dăților cam asta e.
Nu sunt, draga mea, dar ei sunt un pic mai slăbuți, bărbații. Așa, din când în când. Le scade glicemia. Ei, uite, ei nu știu că trebuie să bea ser fiziologic. Șpriț cu vin. Mulți mai scapă așa, din când în când, da.
Unde pot găsi astfel de femeie să poată să-mi toarnă și mie 11 cuvinte?
Ia, mai căutat.
Bună dimineața!
De ce sunteți voi bărbații mai slăbuți? Voi bărbații sunteți mai slăbuți pentru că pe voi vă influențează amândouă capete deodată. Și de obicei când merge la de jos, la de sus rămâne bruiat.
Adevărat.
Cred că ai dat să ne zică ceva.
Atac direct asupra bărbaților, ce pot să zic. Marea majoritate a bărbaților sunt educați într-un mod corespunzător de mamele lor.
Asta e adevărat.
Corect.
Ca mamă, și spun ca mamă de băiat, eu nu pot copilului meu decât să-i ofer niște valori morale și să-l învăț cum să trateze o femeie. Pe partea aia altă de șmecheri și chestii ce mai trebuie să-l învețe taică-s, ar trebui să-l învețe taică-s cum să meargă la femei, ce să facă, cum să le cucerească și chestii de gen. Așa, atât pot eu ca femeie, ca mamă, atât pot eu să-l învăț să aibă niște valori, principii și să-l învăț cum să trateze o femeie.
Și mai e ceva de cum este tratată mama de către tată, copilul ăla, băiatul ăla va învăța exact același lucru de la tată, cum o să-și trateze nevasta, da? Sau...
Și acum vin și eu cu o întrebare. De ce marea majoritate a femeilor susțin termenul de egalitate în relația de cuplu între femei și bărbat?
Nu am înțeles. Poți să mai repeți o dată întrebarea? Te rog.
De ce marea majoritate a femeilor susțin conceptul de egalitate în relația de cuplu între femei și bărbat dacă tu nu poți educa copilul la fel ca un tată?
Dar nu există egalitate între femeie și bărbat. Nu a existat niciodată. De la bunul început nu a existat egalitate.
Egalitatea se rezumă la drepturile pe care le au și femeile și bărbații și ar trebui să fie egale, corect?
Ar trebui să se rezume neapărat la drepturi, cât și la responsabilități.
Păi, responsabilitățile, ok, eu înțeleg lucrul ăsta, dar cine cântărește aceste responsabilități într-o familie?
Cu siguranță îți voi putea da răspunsul potrivit dacă îmi spui în familia ta, tu pe ce loc te situezi, ținând cont că ai copii și soții.
În familia mea eu sunt în divorț și am un copil din prima căsătorie pe care îl cresc singură, de când el are 2 ani. Deci, până la urmă, mă situez pe primul plan. Eu îmi întrețin copilul singur, nu mi l-a întreținut actualul. Eu l-am întreținut și pe actual am încercat să-l fac, să-l ajut să se ridice. Deci, mai departe, unde este? Ținem de egalitate, acum vorbim la modul general.
Scuză-mă puțin, dacă tu ești o femeie singură care îți crești copilul, te-ai putea autodeclara o femeie independentă?
Nu mă consider o femeie independentă, mă consider o femeie care face tot posibilul ca să-i fie bine și copilului ei. Dacă asta înseamnă independență, ok.
O femeie independentă.
Uite, am primit aici, dar de ce ești în divorț? Motivul? Motivul știi ce înseamnă narcisism? Nu cred că trebuie să dezvolt subiectul dacă îl știi, da?
Uite, eu ca femeie, deci ca femeie răspund pentru mine, nu pentru restul femeilor. Eu consider că o femeie nu poate să fie niciodată în totalitate independentă, cum de altfel nici măcar bărbații nu pot să fie în totalitate independenți. Pentru că cumva depindem unii de alții, că vrem sau că nu vrem.
Corect, depinde de starea emoțională transmisă de o persoană de sex opus.
Depinzi de mai mult decât doar de starea emoțională. Depinzi uneori chiar și fizic, alteori moral, ai nevoie câteodată și de suport emoțional. Eu cred că se balansează treaba asta. Într-adevăr, cumva, în ultimii ani, femeile au devenit un pic mai puternice decât unii bărbați, care ei cumva s-au feminizat și vor ei să fie așa un pic mai slăbuți și nu știu de ce, dar unele femei au fost nevoite să fim mai strong, nu că am vrut sau că am ales asta. Unele am fost nevoite să fim mai puternice decât trebuie să fim. Cred că eu vorbesc în numele meu. Ca femeie, mi-aș fi dorit să mă simt mai femeie decât sunt acum. Ca femeie, mi-aș fi dorit să fiu și eu ocrotită, să mă simt în siguranță. Dar norocul nu a fost de partea mea și a trebuit să fiu mai strong și să fiu și să îmbrac cumva și cămașă de bărbat pe mine.
Am și o întrebare pentru marea majoritate a femeilor prezente în acest live. Aveți cunoștințe sau chiar dumneavoastră v-ați trezit vreodată în ipostaza în care, în momentul când ați devenit mame, pur și simplu ați uitat să mai fiți și soții în casă?
Da, eu am avut o perioadă proastă, dar datorită faptului că după ce am născut fetița fiind al 3-lea copil, care practic până atunci eu ca mamă îmi lăsam copiii la maică-mea în weekenduri sau când aveam ocazie să-i las, îi trimiteam chiar și cu 2, 3, 4, 5 zile să stea acolo, mă duceam, îi luam, adică îmi făceam timp să am, cum ar veni și timp pentru noi, chiar dacă nu făceam poate efectiv nimic, dar eram doar noi doi în casă. Și când am născut-o pe fetiță, cu ea am avut un pic de treabă, un pic de furcă, că era un pic bolnăvioară. Atunci automat m-am focusat doar pe ea, n-am mai văzut pe nimeni în jurul meu, dar țin să menționez că a fost exact în perioada în care cumva soțul meu o luase pe arătură cu TikTok-ul și cu toate nebuniile astea. Efectiv, n-am avut nici măcar un gram de sprijin în tot ce ține de creșterea fetei și de cumva de tratamentul ei. Adică au fost zile în care m-am dus singură la spital, au fost zile în care efectiv m-a dus până în oraș la spital și m-a lăsat acolo și s-a dus și a văzut de treabă, ori a făcut un live, ori s-a dus la prieteni, ori a făcut efectiv orice altceva. Într-un an de zile în care eu am făcut aproape lună de lună controale medicale cu fetița, el a fost o singură dată cu mine, o singură dată. În rest a fost tot timpul ocupată, a căutat să-și ocupe timpul cu altceva. Și atunci m-a lăsat pe mine să fiu și mamă și tată în același timp.
Scuză-mă puțin că te întrerup. Consider că e ok să faci publice pe un live toate detaliile astea?
Nu mă deranjează. Nu mă deranjează tot timp cât știu că nu vorbesc minciuni, nu vorbesc ceva ce ar putea să deranjeze pe cineva și nici ceva ce m-ar putea...
Consider că momentele de genul ăsta nu trebuie discutate în lipsa celuilalt culpat, să pot spune așa. Adică nu consider un moment, chiar pentru că nu se știe situația, tu vii cu varianta ta, probabil el are altă variantă. Eu zic să-l inviți aici, să stăm de vorbă cu toții.
Dar sigur că fiecare are varianta lui. Mi-ai pus o întrebare și da, ți-am răspuns la întrebare, dar ca să-ți spun de ce. Adică am vrut doar ca să accentuez treaba asta și ca să înțelegi de ce. Da, am făcut treaba asta, am răspuns la întrebarea pe care mi-ai pus-o. Da, am făcut-o, dar am făcut-o cu un motiv.
Da, să vedem ce femei mai îmi pot răspunde.
La ce vrei să-ți răspundă exact? Că?
Dacă în momentul când ai devenit mama ai uitat să mai fii și soție în casă.
Având în vedere că era într-un scaun cu rotile, mă gândesc că mi-am uitat, nu? Având în vedere că trebuia să fie șters la fund, spălat, cărat și toate cele. Și aveam și un copil. Deci, vrei să dezvolt?
Deci, practic, balanța sau situația ar trebui gestionată, este responsabilitatea unei femei de a gestiona conceptul de mamă, pentru că și conceptul de soție. Noi, ca bărbați, nu putem să facem diferența asta, adică simțul patern nu e la fel ca cel matern.
Nu e, dar totuși sprijin pentru persoana de lângă tine, cred că poți să ai. Poți să-i oferi sprijin. Adică o vezi că se chinuie singură. O ajuți. Efectiv eliberezi o parte din timpul pe care ea îl petrece singură.
Suflet negru, dacă se poate să intervin un pic. Băi, într-o familie, bun, există un copil, 2, 4, 5, 10. Automat, mama e mai cătijulie cu copii. La un moment dat este mai epuizată. Tu ar trebui ca partener, soț, iubit, pentru că să vezi chestia asta și ar trebui să o susții. Verbal, spiritual, ca să o salți, ca să îi dai cumva putere să meargă mai departe. Mulțumesc frumos!
Este incontestabil afirmația dumneavoastră că partenerul trebuie să susțină drept dovadă unul dintre principiile unei relații sănătoase ar trebui oarecum să fie punctat ca și reciprocitate. Adică susținerea în mod reciproc e unul dintre argumentele sănătoase pentru o relație bună, nu?
Mai ține și de empatie. Trebuie să fii empatic cu partenerul tău. Dacă tu îl vezi că nu, efectiv nu-și mai vede capul de treabă, pune mâna și ajută-le. Nu poți să faci treabă în casă. Leagă-nu copilul, fă ceva. Că din moment ce tu o ajuți pe ea să facă ceva, efectiv eliberezi din timpul pe care ea îl petrece singură făcând treaba aia și ea poate să petreacă 10 minute cu tine. Doar cu tine.
Eu sunt de comun acord, băi, suntem în casă, amândoi, da, bun. Voi fi eu bărbat, nu până știu ce să fac în casă, dar soția, iubita mea, poate să mă întâlnesc. Ajută-mă și mă cu spălatul la vase, poftim. 10 minute alea, câștigăm amândoi.
Da, eu vă mulțumesc frumos pentru găzduirea dumneavoastră în acest minunat live. Mi-a plăcut, dar nu o să mai ținem bag telefonul la mânet, că nu vreau să vă mai văd, să vă mai aud. Sărbători fericite!
Bună dimineața, domnul Black, bună dimineața!
Nu, că s-au trezit și domnul Stan.
Bună dimineața, domnul Rio, bine ai venit!
Vai,
bună dimineața la toată
ce onoare! Am o întrebare la dumneavoastră, ne puteți spune de ce ați fost persoana intrată în cartea recordurilor pentru simplul fapt că ați băgat prezervativele în frigider, nu cumva să se strice?
Ciao!
L-ați luat prea tare de dimineață.
Numai Black putea să adreseze așa o întrebare. Bună dimineața!
Bună dimineața, chiar a venit Cristina. Jucăm cumva baba oarba, că lege cineva la
urmă. Așa o întrebare. Ce faci, mă, urâtule?
Jucăm baba oarba, de legat cineva la voi, Cristina, să știm.
Nu mă lega nimeni la voi, de ce?
Merge ceva de jos, că tot aia e.
Dar nu văd că e noapte, mă. Încă e noapte la mine.
Băi, dar nu s-a închis live-ul, Cristina, a?
Nu s-a închis live-ul, tu ai dormit.
Eu am adormit.
Eu?
Da.
O să cobor puțin pentru că intru în Germania și pică semnalul, așa că o să urc din nou în câteva minute. Să fii pe fază acolo.
Dacă matrimoniale stau la cafea, nu se închide live-ul?
Asta nu mai știu.
Așa știu.
Ce anume?
Este pe pauză și cred că se închide live-ul, nu?
Nu, a rămas așa, nu știu, nu se închide, n-am venit puzzle. E de câteva ore pe pauză. Florian doarme, cred. Doarme Cristina, nu Florian.
Doarme.
Ia uite și câte persoane, 240 de persoane.
Domnul Stan Viorel, mai am o întrebare la dumneavoastră, îmi permiteți?
Cu mare drag, cu mare drag.
După o analiză a profilului dumneavoastră și a tipologiei dumneavoastră de bărbat, am constatat eu singur, personal, faptul că dumneavoastră arătați ca o fantomă care trebuie să vă bântuiți singur. Ne puteți da o explicație?
Nu, ce întreb.
Mă, de unde le scoți?
Da, explicația este, dacă m-a auzit domnul Black, am uitat să vă zic, sunteți invitat de câte ori puteți să veniți din partea gazdei, că am vorbit despre dumneavoastră. De câte ori puteți să veniți să ne ajutați aici, că aveți o experiență foarte mare. Sunteți așteptate lângă noi aici.
Te înțeleg că această pagină încă își caută o mascotă potrivită, nu?
Da, eu chiar am vorbit cu gazda de tine, de Cristina, de Mihaela și așa cum a spus și aseară, sunteți invitați, puteți să la orice oră veniți, nu se pune nimeni peste voi, nimeni nu are treabă.
Pentru că a zis că își duce telefonul la maneț, să nu-i mai vadă.
Nu, doamna gazda mi-a transmis să vă spun, Cristina, Black și Mihaela și alte persoane, sunteți, veniți când vreți voi.
Eu știu că eu nu o să mai fiu prezentă mult timp, că nu o să mai am timp, știi foarte bine că sunt într-o relație, plec acasă și puterile mele 2 săptămâni, dar când o să am timpul necesar, o să iau.
Cu mare drag oricine, știți, ați văzut că v-ați ieșit de prezentări care vreți să veniți să faceți cu mare drag. Nu se bagă nimeni peste voi.
Da, cum l-am prins pe... Erai sau dormeai când au venit...
Am adormit, nu mai știu ce s-a întâmplat. Nu știu, pe la 3 fără ceva.
Au venit, stai că nu mai știu cum îl cheamă. Black-ul, tu îl știi, am impresia, pe... Cum îl cheamă Violeta? Nu mai știu cine mai este aici, că nu văd că sunt la volan. Domnul care spunea că nu a mâncat de 5 zile.
Chiar acolo am ador. Ce s-a întâmplat acolo? Că nu mai știu ce ați făcut.
A plecat, că am văzut că l-am luat și l-am recunoscut, s-a dat în umbră, a închis camera și nu dădea el ca lui, că nu e adevărat, că mă, băiatule.
Da, pentru cei care nu o cunosc pe Cristina, este acest SRI al matrimonialelor în care pur și simplu îți va dezvolta un dosar fabricat exact la fel cum au fost cele politice, bineînțeles.
Dar de reclamă, mulțumesc, Blecule, de reclamă, mi-ai făcut o reclamă, n-am ce spune.
De ce n-am mâncat de 5 zile? Că eu nu am fost aici.
Că l-au părăsit iubita, de fapt era măritată și l-a lăsat și el nu mai poate mânca de 5 zile, dar totuși face sport, merge la sală și face sport. Aleargă foarte bine, că l-a trimis Florian să mănânce ceva și a ajuns în 2 secunde din cameră în bucătărie, deci avea o energie, deci ziceai că mâncase acum înainte să intre pe live, probabil, știi?
Adică nu era într-adevăr ce a spus?
Păi normal că nu era.
Le-a mințit atâtea persoane. Eu nu am crezut.
Aia, că își bătea joc și m-am enervat și am intrat și i-am zis că, mă, da, stai că te cunosc pe de atâtea ori, te-am dat și jos de la mine din gaz, de la noi din gazdă. Și se lua și vorbește și urât, în cazul în care el nu este acceptat și este tot timpul refuzat și asta, vorbește urât. Și
Dar eu nu l-am cunoscut, nu știu cine este.
Și a făcut și câțiva proști să mănânce cu el la ora 2 noapte.
Bă, asta că a făcut un lucru bun, că eu făcut să mănânce pe cineva. Pe tine te-a făcut.
O întrebare pentru Cristina, pentru că a menționat puțin mai devreme faptul că e la volan. Spune-ne, te rog, portbagajul e încăpător?
Mă, să știi că nu este chiar încăpător, este deșit. Portbagajul meu nu cabe mult în el.
Multă lume.
Multă lume. Tu niciodată pe tine trebuie să te duci să te spic în 3 ca să încape portbagajul meu. Eu am portbagajul mic.
Eu pot să te ajut să îngrop ceva dacă vrei.
Da.
Tot vorbeam de portbagaj. La o scanare pe mici vertical ne putem da seama dacă kilometrii dumneavoastră sunt reali?
Da, îți poți da seama că este foarte pe portbagajul.
Deci că a pus altă întrebare.
Am înțeles, eu nu știu, am înțeles întrebările lui Black.
Doamna Roxy, din gază, de aici ce faceți? Tu nu ai urcat sus, ai rămas aici la seara.